Hey there, BBs. It's me, your boy. We are back with some more Death Stranding. Ignore my bed behind me; it's a mess. I kind of just like came in and got got to it. So I need to check and make sure I'm online. I had to restart because it said, "Oh hey, you aren't on the server," and it wouldn't connect. But it seems like we're good now. Yeah, we'll read those later. So we abandoned our truck in the last session.
Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Hey Sam, those new sites you've brought into the network have helped us to restore more of our archives. Unfortunately, I still haven't managed to dig up anything about the BB's origins. And I'm completely locked out of BB-28's service record. If I could at least access that, I might be able to tell you why you've been experiencing those strange episodes. Well, I'll keep at it. You do the same.
Sam, check the terminal for available orders.
Land on it.
Higgs set Fragile up, huh?
Eavesdropping again.
It's all in your cuff logs. And with the aid of the Cairo network, we were able to restore Middle Knot City's regional archives. The records corroborate her story.
Don't need you to tell me what's true and what ain't. I could hear it in her voice. Son of a bitch fucked her over good.
No reservations about working with her then, I hope.
Good news, Sam. The bot you sent out made it to its
All right.
destination. The test was a success. Got another one prepped for you to use. Thank you with my thanks.
One more thing, Sam. A new delivery type has been added to the terminal. Your hard work's getting noticed. And because of that, there's been some talk of offering a premium service. Now, it might seem like a hassle to willingly take on extra restrictions, but if you succeed, you'll boost your rep even more. So, if someone asks you to deliver within a time limit, you could counter it by setting the limit even lower, thereby earning yourself a better evaluation if successful. Now, if you're feeling up for a challenge, give it a try.
That's another one that really makes sense. Hey, what's up? How you doing? It's hard to sneak when you're the only one there. Oh wait, we still have to like pick up delivery for ourselves. Oh, we're getting likes. Love that. Oh no, I've been spotted. Damn. You know, I'm strangely curious about this one. Like, why is it V? That seems like a whole new thing. I'm doing pretty good. I've been out for most of the weekend. I am back now. So we're getting another session in.
Sam, sometimes other porters will return Bridges' vehicles to the garage. They're for everyone, so feel free to use them if you want.
All right. That way you don't have to fabricate your own.
Order assigned.
Vehicles sometimes. Let's use somebody else's, which is nice.
Begin. Have a pleasant journey. Rest is advised. Safe travels.
Alright. So we got this area on the network. We can see some player stuff out and about.
You're really something, you know that?
Weird that he tells me that, but okay. Is that my weird chip thing? No. It's over here. Oh right, I forgot about how rocky this region is.
Just a bit further now.
So there it is. Do I have a climbing anchor on me? Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna end up playing something else, like, alongside Dead Stranding, so every session isn't this. Because I'll be playing this for probably 15 or 20 sessions. But I plan on playing some other stuff, like, along with it. I was thinking of doing either We Happy Few or Song of Torment.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All records will remain. Cargo verified. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Make this delivery really quick. Because it was like right there.
So you made it. Looks good as new. My hat's off to you.
Oh. But it does drain battery, that kind of sucks. Oh, yeah, nice.
Oh yeah, I got something for you. Hope you find a use for it.
The hell? V's face pattern.
Well,
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
You have an actual story order to take. As far as I know, I'm not carrying any of these. Yeah. got some ladders going. Well, we got a ladder and a climbing anchor. I figure both have value.
Have a pleasant journey. Rest is advised.
Safe travels.
The fuck is up there? Oh, that's where I'm going. Surely we can find a bridge that goes across, huh?
Restrictions lifted.
Someone's gotta have a bridge. Because this part sucks. And having a road helps out so much. Can you get high enough to scout for a bridge? I think I saw one. Not 100% though. No, I didn't. That's a, looks like a base. There's one back there, though. Okay.
Okay, there you go, Speed Demon.
I'm not a speed demon, shut up. Yeah, when I uploaded Friday's session of this game, I accidentally called it Session 4. Kind of oops on my part.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
This area is more of a pain to get through than it should be.
Time to move.
All I wanted was a bridge. Come on! I have no idea. Oh, that's a road. I think. You know, not a great bridge. Like, did it get me across? Yes, but boy howdy, it's a rough spot. Of course, time fall's a thing. Time fall's always a thing when I'm going to a place for the first time. Really? Yo, that's fucked up. All that rope is way up there. Damn it. How did I lose that big ass weather station? F. It should get a little bit easier from here. This was one of the first places I set up a zip network for back in the day, because getting up here is such a pain in the ass. Yo, at least we didn't get caught by the BTs on the way there. So that would have been terrible. But people are delivering stuff, so we should start seeing roads pop up the more things we got on the network. Oh, shit. I'm gonna try something really dumb. Yeah. Norman, I don't need your commentary, bud. We can do it. Nope. There's literally a jump on the way when I can just go around. This would have been easier on foot. Maybe not as fast, but I wouldn't have as much to contend with. We also kind of came up from the back. Brakes. Thank you. Yeah, what the kids call an epic gamer move. Of course we're gonna Billy goat our way up the mountain. Duh.
Delivering cargo.
Hello. Sam Bridges, right? We've been expecting you. The gauge you brought is going to save a lot of lives. Let me do a quick inspection.
Should be in okay condition.
Oh, wonderful. It's in perfect condition.
Yeah, we didn't like fall off the bike or anything. The only thing I heard it was time fall. Oh, and it didn't even count because other stuff took that damage. Special alloys.
Once you connect us to the network, we'll be able to share our measurements with everyone. You mind doing the honors?
It's another region on the network. Oh, nice. Timefall shelters and safe houses.
I'm sure they told you, but this weather station was built before the Death Stranding. Bridges 1 came and fixed it up. Unfortunately, we lost contact with our weather satellites a while back. Interference from chiral clouds. So it's been tough to measure chiralium levels and predict timefall. But thanks to you, this weather station can finally function as intended. You made our jobs easier. Now let us do the same for you. We won't let you down, I promise. Take care.
I see you got the weather station back online. Excellent work, Sam. When a region is integrated into the chiral network, it's also brought closer to the beach, in a manner of speaking. There's a significant impact on chiralium levels, and measuring that impact is one of the Cupid's primary functions. The more we know, the more accurately we can determine where to expect timefall and when. Without the chiral network, we'd be left guessing. Oh, and thanks to your latest accomplishment, you can now review the weather forecast via your cufflinks.
Yay, the weather
Check your map.
forecast.
You'll see. Ought to come in handy when you're planning routes. I'll keep an eye on the chiral density from right here in my lab. It's not too far from South Knot City. Keep processing those orders and you'll put that region on the grid soon enough. Good luck, Sam.
Good work, Sam. That's one more site on the grid. Keep it up and we'll be finished before you know it. The weather station's forecast should be visible to everyone on the chiral network now. Yourself included. You can access them via your cufflinks. It could be useful when plotting your routes.
Yeah.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery to...
There. The timefall form would put more on the map, but there's actually quite a bit of shenanigans that goes on between here and there. That's not the easiest journey. The fuck is Vogue? We'll do this one really quick, but we're probably gonna end up deleting it like right away.
We've added a timefall shelter option to your PCC. They're perfect for keeping you and your cargo dry until the weather improves.
Congratulations, Sam. Your PCC's leveled up, so to speak. It now has the capacity to produce more complex structures. I'll let Mama fill you in on the details.
Sam, I've added a safe house schematic to your PCC. It's a fairly large structure, so it'll take a lot of time and materials to build. But once complete, it's pretty much identical to a private room. Give it a shot.
These things will save your butt, but usually only when you find other players that put them down.
A floating carrier is a kind of tractor car. Chiral crystals keep it suspended in midair, allowing it to move unimpeded over rough terrain. You can load one up with cargo and tow it to your destination with minimal effort. If one's not enough for your needs, you can hook it up to another and take two. Just keep in mind that carriers require a steady supply of chiral crystals to operate. Make sure you have enough to get where you need to go.
Yes, it is Norman Reedus. Also, what's good, Moss? We're gonna rearrange this cargo real fast.
Thank you for your contribution.
Because we're about to fucking die.
Sam, seems like you don't have enough resources to build that safe house. Make sure to take everything we earmarked for you.
Quit interrupting, fuck!
Should come in.
They just told me about it! Stop!
You can now if there's one.
God! Hey Sam, how you doing? Just reaching out. But make sure you're okay. Are you eating? Tutorial, hell, yeah.
Okay, Sam. Find your way to the building site. Use your map and compass if you don't remember the way. I'll contact you with additional instructions once you get close.
Don't do anything too reckless, okay?
Oh. Yeah, you mentioned you were really into that last time.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
This thing can't go any faster, so... Well, it's always good to see you, Moss. I wouldn't have minded the tutorial hell if they wouldn't have told me things that they already told me. Like both Mama and Die Hard Man were both telling me about the weather forecast and all this stuff. I was like, bro, come on. You just told all this to me.
All right, you've made it. Let's get that safe house built.
You good to go, Sam? First, equip your PCC and select Safe House.
Yeah, it's PC and PlayStation. You'll notice if you look at the bottom of my stream, I list what consoles it has. It's on PS4, PS5, and PC. We're playing it on PS5.
Sam? You'll want to get those materials over to the Safe House sooner rather than later.
Oh, attach the carrier. Come on, give me the option. Thank you. Where's the damn steps at? Well, that's a pain in the ass. Yeah, I always put when it released, what console it came out on. The stuff's always at the bottom of my streams. This is such a waste of materials. So I'll end up destroying this thing eventually. But for now, I guess, just to clear out that mission.
Thank you, Sam. This safe house will be a boon to countless others in the long run. I'm not just talking about the porters who'll use it as a stopover on the way to the weather station, but the people they help and the people they help. We're all connected to someone else, Sam. But you'll have the honor of being the first person to rest there.
This is made by Kojima Productions. But Sony put a lot of money into it too. This bridge is pointless. Got that one out of the way. I like to take on the orders that are really nearby, like by themselves. I guess we'll do this Timefall one. And where is the floating carrier? I don't want that anymore. Yeah, the rest of it's good.
Order assigned.
Where's crossbow?
Anything too reckless, okay?
I mean, Norman Reedus does not carry one around at all times. Daryl does, but not Norman Reedus. Besides, you're actually, it's really bad if you kill somebody in this game. Like, really bad. Oh yeah, like I use the bike a lot.
Predicting the weather is akin to predicting the future. Some animals have a kind of sixth sense that helps them to avoid danger, but we have
So
something
we're
far
heading.
better, the ability to gather data and act accordingly.
We're
Only
heading
humans
towards
possess this
that
power to
direction.
plan ahead.
It's actually
We
deeper
have the
in.
capacity to live each day imagining what tomorrow will be like. And our imagination once gave rise to a rich, vibrant culture. But somewhere along the line, we lost sight of tomorrow. We reduced ourselves to animals, focused only on the here and now.
Part of the problem, they completely block you from safely taking a vehicle down there. Though I can probably kind of cheat by going up here. Yeah. Well, I don't know if that actually did what I wanted it to or not. Not really. The soundtrack is available on like Apple Music and Spotify and stuff. If you want something kind of chill to listen to, I highly recommend it. There's a mule camp, like, pretty much right in the middle of this, which sucks. Moss, this is kind of an artsy game. Like, a lot of it is just kind of like a mood. It's not a lot of, like, straight gameplay. Boosh! No. Like, don't think of a lot of combat. This game is about combat. This game is about isolation. Like, there is combat, but it's not a focus in this game. That's easier than what I remember this one being, but I also remember trying to make that on foot and regretting it immensely. Yeah, I don't know if this will really be your jam, Moss, but I really like this game.
Thank you. Ridges has always been so good to us. Amelie was a dear friend in the early days. She saw the value in what we were doing and led the effort to get our farm up and running. We've been waiting a long time to join the chiral network.
Let's have a look at that wheat you brought, shall we?
Well, I'll be. Did you really bring us this much? How on earth did you manage? Oh, bless you.
Of course.
By the way, you wouldn't happen to know Fragile, would you? If you see her, pass along a message for us. Tell her, thanks for saving our hides. If she hadn't stepped up, South Knot and our farm would have been wiped off the face of the earth. She's a hero. And you can tell her I said so. All right, the network. Think you can get us online?
Yeah, like, I really like this game, but I never recommend this game to anybody. Not because it's bad, but because pretty much you have to see it and you would know if you'd like it just from seeing it. This is a very strange game, but it has a lasting impression. See, it's such a huge part to get back.
So, Sam, you've been run down by mules after they pinged your cargo, right? Well, to help prevent that from happening again, we've upgraded your own cargo scanner. Say you're about to get pinged. If you time it right, you can return the favor and cancel out their pulse with your own. They'll be none the wiser, and you can carry on without worry. Timing is everything, though.
That's actually pretty handy.
Thank you. Now to start really using timefall to our advantage. Our farm will be a world first. Truth be told, we've got some test fields, but without the ability to predict timefall, the results have been less than stellar. The timefall around here was fairly regular, so we had a reasonable idea of when to plant and when to harvest.
Hey, take care.
Terrorists went and threw everything out of whack. Too many dead, too many craters. Weather became impossible to predict. The network's forecast ought to help us get back on track, thank goodness. If all goes to plan, we'll be able to expand our operation and use timefall to cultivate whole swaths of land. We'll continue our genetic research too, of course, and see if we can't find a way to help develop a sustainable ecosystem. Hell, maybe we'll even stumble into some answers about the timefall while we're at it. We got our work cut out for us, but I'm up for the challenge. Thanks again, Sam. You've given us hope for a better tomorrow. I can't wait for the harvest.
That's the way, Sam. Halfway there. You can do it. Huh? Well, would you look at that? You've only just brought the Timefall farm into the network, and already we've got new orders. May as well make use of the return trip.
Yeah, if I gotta go back anyways.
New order available. Please access delivery.
Yeah, we'll get this one really quick.
Order assigned. lifted.
We're gonna need to charge our bike here real soon. So there will be a point that I might have to scale that, and that's a bitch.
Enough already.
What about them gamer moves? Yeah, we'll see about that. The important thing is we got our battery charged up. That's the first time we've charged since we started today's session. Yeah, the motorcycle really helps with getting things moved very quickly.
You may select partial delivery to submit required cargo currently in your possession and return with the remainder when convenient. Once the cargo submitted meets or exceeds requirements, you may designate the order complete at any time.
Oh, there's more.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Oh, it still says there's more there. Okay, so we're going to have to look around a little bit. So we can hoof it. You know, if I would use my other deck scanner, I could probably see all of them.
Okay.
Don't know why I didn't think to do that.
Gotta stretch my legs.
Something like that. So, with what I've already delivered, this will be 24 out of 36. Okay, so those are up there. see, 30 and 36, pretty much right next to each other. So we can call this a complete delivery. I feel like I'm always in time, Paul.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure.
Oh shit.
Cargo verified. Thanks.
It's so kind of you to come and see us again. Oh my.
Wow.
Nice.
We've added a new function to your Odra deck. A human scanner of sorts. That way you can tell if a sneaky mule is hiding behind a wall or whatever. Can't keep it active all the time though, so be careful.
Oh wow. Their storage has increased a lot.
Oh, before I forget.
Oh wow.
Well, don't be a stranger.
Where that's lightweight, that's actually pretty easy to carry.
Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Wait, hold on. I messed up. I got so into the reward that I didn't even take on my new delivery. Well, as far as I know, I'm heading this way anyways. We're chonky. We're carrying all that beer. Alright, let's do it. Where this bike is damaged, it might not make the whole trip back, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. Going a little too fast, though. We're gonna destroy the bike. When you can't see what's coming. Really? I just got out timeful. God, it's always timeful. Fuck. So what I want to know is, why is there no easy way down? I remember before I solved this just with the zip network. But it requires me to get down to the river. This was one of the harder places to set up the zip network in. Because you had to get real finicky with the angles and stuff. Can we make it across this? If we're fast. Alright, so this is going to be a bear, but I think if we actually just stick to the beach, we can get pretty much there. Because it should just be... yeah, it's pretty much straight ahead. When we get the road built, we can just go over all this stuff. We don't have to worry about navigating around all these rocks and stuff. But I don't remember them playing music as often. Like, I'm for it, but...
There's no answer at all. No reactions, bullshit replies. The words you'd said and the colors you'd sent, well, they got lost somewhere on the ride. I can breathe, but I forget sometimes.
Get this chill music than me over here ATVing it. This place sucks.
Oh, now what am I to do? What am I gonna do?
Might as well put that into something, right?
Beginning scan. Scanning grid ID. Verifying ID. Clearing travel whether at meets the dominating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Whew. That was a trip and a half, huh?
Everything all right, Sam?
Trying to skip the kind of like mundane dialogue where they're just like, wow, you're awesome, thanks. Sure, we'll borrow this one. All right. Yeah, we need to deliver both of these. 'Cause these will give us new areas on the network. I like to optimize it. It makes it a little bit easier to balance.
Delivery parameters updated. Time limit set.
So junk dealers first. We have 45 minutes to make the delivery.
Have a pleasant journey.
Sam, it's fragile. Though he calls himself a junk dealer now, your client used to work in comms as a repairman. Could fix anything, from simple wireless terminals to integral parts of the civic network. He was a good man, a pleasure to deal with. But after the attack near South Knot City, he changed. Not that I blame him. We gave him plenty of reason to distrust us.
Alright. I'm not ballsy enough to take a jump. There's not even a good landing. Shit! I was doing my best to avoid something like that. Sorry. Well, we're hoofing it from here, boys. Yeah, normally I'm really chill. But then when I get excited, I get really excited. I'm definitely a stream to sleep to most of the time. I hope the cargo's okay.
Whoa.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
I got it there in only 4.5 minutes. Let's go.
Long time gone, my girl. All because of some terrorist nutjobs and their buddies at Fragile fucking Express. Not to mention the Bridges assholes who had to go and kick the hornet's nest. Whatever. Let's see the goods. You make good time, like you're supposed to. That's your job, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, this guy's really hard to please.
As far as I'm concerned, all you porters are no better than terrorists.
Well, that's a really
Nothing you say
dumb
will convince
position.
me otherwise. So take your Cupid and fuck off.
Well, okay then. Something tells me that if we want to win him over, we need to figure out what really happened to that woman in the hologram. He seems to think she died in the attack. But we checked South Knot City's records, and there's no death certificate for a woman matching her description. Which is why I asked Fragile to look into it.
Hey, Sam. I was looking through my old client database on the off chance I might find our mystery woman. And wouldn't you know it, a pretty close match popped up. Facial and voice. She's still alive. Our junk dealer's grieving for nothing. I doubt he'll take our word for it, though. Hang on. He just posted another order. Probably just trying to push our buttons. May as well check the delivery terminal and see what he wants.
Good work. New order available. Order assigned.
Well, we're hoofing it now, so we're not going to make very good time. And now we're heading out to the film director.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
And then we'll work on his delivery. I remember this place being kind of rough to drive through anyways. It's always timefall, dude.
Yeah.
It's like he answered me. This one was tough because there's not a lot of places you can put the zip line and still have an easy path in.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
What do we have here? A delivery? For me?
Who's the film director?
This is in great shape. Excellent work.
Okay, so it's by Jordan Buck Roberts, who's directing a film based on Metal Gear.
The infamous chiral network. I'll agree to a trial run, but just of the network. UCA is a whole other matter. So you can connect me, yes? Well, okay. Go ahead then.
Good. Not asking everybody to join the UC, just get on the network.
Interesting. I'll think about joining the UCA at a later date. I have something for you. A token of my appreciation. Take it. I insist.
Oh, get some shades.
So long, Sam Bridges. Thank you.
We're definitely putting those on.
Good work.
I thought I was. Oh. Hey, we even put our hair down for it. Hell yeah. Gotta respect the beard on that man, cause damn, yeah. Yeah, like mine, I can never really let it get like too wild. That's gonna need a truck. That's a humongous order. 1,160 kilograms. I can only hold 280. I would need a road and a truck for that. It's the only way.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh, it's handy. There might be a vehicle here we can use. Why is that? That's such a weird place for a climbing anchor. It's like he didn't know what to do with it. So just used it.
There we go.
Oh, that must be one of the new things that got added. It's like a jump ramp. There's nothing in the garage. Damn. But there's a bike right here. It ain't much. But something. So this is something I've never used before. Well, alright, that was kind of neat. It's kind of neat. So we need to get over towards my custom marker. This is going to be tough because there's a lot of BTs here. If I remember on this mission, he's trying to get us killed. Yeah, I'm just happy to have a new bike. Instead of just walking, shoot. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I guess this place is always so dangerous. We're gonna call this our safe place. So if I need to find my bike, I just need to come to B. Because this isn't a place that you take a bike through. You'll see why as we go through. Let's start with some of the furthest out. This one kinda sucks. See at the very end. I do see one way in the distance. It's below me. Fuck. Bring it around this way. He's very pissed. We're gonna try to get all of it, because the hell with that guy. That's fine. Our bike is 200 meters away. Got to go straight in. You love to hate it. If we hug the far right, we should. Shit, oh, there's one right there. There. We said the hell with that guy. We didn't just get the minimum. We're getting all of it. I'm a little surprised with myself I didn't grab this sooner. We'll change our footwear when we get back to the guy. We've had this footwear for quite a while at this point. We had to do this for a trophy along the way anyways. Get BB to maximum likes for us basically. Oh yeah, we were wearing those cool shades the whole time too. So we're so damn cool. Oh, you can pick it up while you're on the bike. I never knew that. I figured I'd try it though. So I was like, does this work like Ghost of Tsushima? So I can actually drive over these now. As long as I'm not flying by them.
Fuck. Stretch my legs. Almost there.
This dude really asked me to go into the middle of a time flare and get all these.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
This girl is so weird. Hey, why are you making me watch this?
Oh, shit! You actually managed to get the goods out of there? That takes balls. And would you look at that haul? You're definitely a cut above those fragile express goons. Let me guess. The Great Deliverer, am I right? Thought so.
Oh, yeah, he really kind of turned around. Oh, that's that architect dude, okay. Because we had a bot finish the delivery.
You know, those ruins you went to wouldn't be ruins if Fragile hadn't fucked us over. Bridges, too. All that talk of rebuilding the country. It's just stirring folks up. My girl would still be alive if it wasn't for you people. She was there. When the terrorists tried to take out South Knot, she was already dead. Because of you.
He's wrong. She's in a shelter southeast of the ruins. Mind if I take over? If he's not coming outside, then it doesn't matter who he yells at over the wire. And I'm guessing he'll feel better taking it out on me.
Hey, Bridges. Fragile says my girl's alive. And I'm just supposed to believe her? After what she did? Hell no. You're gonna need to prove it. And there's only one way out. I'll give you something to take to this woman you found. She says it's hers. You bring her back here to me. Take this with you, too. It's a skeleton I made that improves stability and mobility. Threw together some of the parts I've got lying around. Just so we're clear, I'm only giving it to you because I want to make abso-fucking-lutely sure you complete this delivery. If my girl's still alive, then when she sees what you're carrying, she'll want you to bring her here. You do right by me. I'll do right by you.
Good work. New order available.
Sam, according to the junk dealer, the Cairo hourglass is extremely fragile. And that kind of cargo is best carried by hand.
Ryu, buddy, are you okay?
That's a little something from the junk dealer. Sam, that active skeleton is built for speed. It's designed to augment muscle movement, enabling you to travel faster. There's even a boost function if you really need to hustle, but it'll eat up battery about as fast as you eat up the ground. To think he made a thing like that out of junk. Talent like his shouldn't go to waste.
I'm not all that concerned with using that speed skeleton. There. We had to change our boots. So he's saying basically we gotta deliver this on foot.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
There's always BTs in the way, man. We're getting there, we just have to take it very slow. This is probably why they wanted us to use the speed skeleton. PTs are gone. Fuck. I forgot to hold R2. Good thing I stopped right then.
There we go.
We're just outside of South Knot City, which is a big place for us. It takes so many zip lines to get over to her.
Attention stand. Scanning Bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Are you with Fragile Express? No. You're a Bridges porter, aren't you? I'm not expecting a package. Oh, it's nothing dangerous, is it? Oh my lord. I never thought I'd see this again. Let me have a closer look. Oh, incredible. Not so much as a single scratch. I can't thank you enough. So, I'm on the one and only chiral network now. That's wonderful. I'm happy to be a part of the UCA.
Here you go. One network coming right up, boss. Let's see, she's got such a big region of the map.
You'll drop by again, won't you?
Take me with you. Please. I have to see him again.
Okay.
I made this for him, you know. When the terrorists attacked, my mother and I barely escaped with our lives. I tried to find him afterwards. I did. I just didn't know where to look. But that's not why I stopped. My mother never liked him. She made that pretty clear. But I didn't think she'd go as far as to lie. So when she said that he died, I believed her. Until I heard that message. It's him. It's really him.
But your boyfriend's kind of an asshole.
I should never have given up. Deep down, I knew he was out there somewhere. But I couldn't leave my mother all alone. So I tried to make my peace with it. Only I couldn't. Not even if I do wanted to. I was stuck in the past, unable to move on. Take me to him. I'm begging you. I'm ready to go. Right now if you want. Just say you'll take me.
You know the rule, get in the bag. Do I look like a taxi? There's something when they actually come out of their shelter, because like people are in there.
That there's a handgun configured to fire hermetic rounds. Bullets loaded with your own blood. Should do some damage to any BTs you come across. The gun draws blood from your body, or any bags on hand, to fill its cartridges when in use. Length of the trigger pull determines the amount loaded into the next round. Longer pulls mean more blood and more potential damage to the BT on the receiving end. Just don't drain yourself dry by accident, okay?
I want one.
As you know, you'll be transporting a living human being for a change. It goes without saying that any falls or heavy impacts sustained may result in injury to your client. So proceed with caution, now more than ever.
Hey, take care. You can't really do a lot of stacking when you have a body, so. You know the rule, get in the bag.
I'll hold the hourglass. I don't want it to break.
Order assigned.
Wait, what was that other order? Here, I'm taking multiple orders while I'm carrying somebody. Oh, that's way too heavy, yeah.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
It's not far from here, I think.
There's really a launch pad out into the DM.
Where it bubbles up and spreads. That's how you can tell. It'll swallow you up if you let it. It's bottom.
Let's see if we can get you there a little faster. Nope. I could make a bike. They've got stuff on hand.
Hey, Soul. For Soul, claim the folks who use these places to dispose of terrarium-contaminated waste. And bodies too. If you don't have time to burn them, there's always the tar.
Oh damn, my other bike got messed up. Hey buddy. I don't normally deliver people, but here you go.
Are you hurt? Thanks, Bridges.
Yeah, you better fucking thank me.
I can't believe you're alive.
Get on the
That's
fucking
my
network
line,
too.
silly.
I thought you were dead.
My mom told me you were.
I kept it close. Always. But after the attack, it stopped working. I thought about fixing it, getting the sand flowing again. But it felt too much like moving on. Like forgetting you.
Well, now we can both move on. Together, you and me. If you're ready.
Of course.
The man I knew. They took better junk. He fixed the things, made them like new again. Picking up the pieces and making the most of them. That's what I do best too. But this is one piece. We don't need. The only time that matters is the time I spend with you. So let's count the moments ourselves together. I'm asking you to marry me, dummy.
I'm asking you to marry me, dummy.
I will. I do. Yes.
One other thing.
What?
Don't hate Mom, please. Tell her this is what we want. Help her to understand and accept it. Because she needs us, and I need her.
All right. I'm pretty good at patching things up.
I like that Norman fucked off during this. Or Sam. Like, there's no reason for him to be there for that conversation. Yes, Brady said, you better give me quite a lot of stars.
Sorry, I was such an asshole. I treated you and Fragile like shit.
You sure did.
I'm gonna try and make a fresh start with my girl. And though I can't do half of what you people do out there every day, I'm ready to pull my weight. If you need anything fixed, I'm your man. The UCA can count on me.
Good.
It'll take some getting used to, but it's past time. We will join the UCA's network. I won't let you down. I swear.
That's probably one of my
I'll
favorite
never
character
forget
traits about
you.
Sam. He's super not into touching people. Hey, she gave me 200 likes. Then I gave them one. It's always nice to see elements of the gameplay show up even during cutscenes. Well, that's certainly a helpful part. We can now make all the speed skeletons, stun bomb.
Sam, that whole region is connected to the Cairo network now. Head for the next area. To connect South Knot City, you'll need to make a delivery from Lake Knot City.
Huh? Not sure I follow. Why not just get them on the network? Let them print what they need.
Because you can't print everything. You do know that, right? Food, medicine, organic compounds, that blood of yours that's proven so effective against BTs? None of that can be sent via the network. Only the old-fashioned way. The people of South Knot have been struggling ever since the last attack. Now, if they're to survive, they'll need all the supplies Lake Knot can spare. Head back there and pick up the order. By the way, sometimes you might find yourself traveling home empty-handed, right? Wasted trip, I say. Make the most out of it by making sure you've always got an order on your back. For instance, one just came in from the junk dealer. A joint request from him and the Cairo artist, looks like. I think it'd be in everyone's best interest if you took it on. Check the terminal for details.
Heads up, Sam. I'm detecting abnormal Cairo levels to the north of South Knot City. The numbers indicate heavy timefall in the area. It appears to be some kind of storm, but nothing like anything I've ever seen before. Though, truth be told, I can't actually see it either. The storm should be right outside my lab, but with the baby, I'm in no position to investigate. Doesn't seem to have done any real damage yet, but would you mind looking into it for me? Just be sure to keep your distance, alright?
Alright. Oh, sure, I'm gonna be heading that way anyways.
Order assigned.
The only thing that sucks about this is I have to go through that stupid mule territory.
There we go.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of jump ramps. Oh, I see how I'm getting across. Okay. I was hoping to see quite a bit of that road. But it doesn't look like we will.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain on until departure. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Come a long way, huh? Hope your cargo held up as well as you. Look, guess you? So, here's stuff you brought. Motor and a pouch. They're not like our usual supplies. New designs, like you heard. To think a junk dealer made this. Heard he was a pro, but even so, it's impressive work. I'll notify HQ and try to expedite evaluations.
Hey, just got the evaluation results from the people at the distro center for those prototypes you dropped off. Looks like both caught their eye. The motor, for one, was impressive. They really couldn't believe it was made from scrap. It can be fitted to a
We're gonna
modified
take a break
truck
here in
and
a
be ready to
second.
go in no time. They contracted the junk dealer straight away and got it added to the list of supplies that can be fabricated. They had good things to say about the pouch, too. Contract has already been made, and you'll find the pouch in your private room. If you want to customize your backpack, you'll need to drop by one anyway. Anyway, I hope you appreciate what those two did for you, and give this new gear a try.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery.
Yeah, we're gonna take 5, so we'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Yeah, I checked on my dog. He,
For further information.
it's like he lifts up his paw when that happens. Like he was asleep in the hallway, and like he lifts up his paw like he's hurt. But I just did like a thorough examination and tried to find exactly where he's hurting at, and like he gave me like no response to anything. So I just don't know, man. I don't want to deal with that meal camp. We're not doing that. Because we don't have any damn roads or anything.
Have a pleasant journey. Rest is advised. Safe travels. Weapons restrictions lifted.
You know, I don't have to travel up there now that I think about it. It's so silly.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Decontaminating suit. All
I don't have to.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Your work is greatly appreciated.
Sam, don't know if you're aware, but you can customize your pack in your private room. Why not give it a try?
Oh, right. reason why I'm equipping these is it's just gonna free up a bunch of space. What are these? Oh, it's from the Timefall farm.
Ready to take the plunge? So, the only things you can bring with you is yourself. And maybe a few other trinkets that are really important to you. Okay, close your eyes. Picture your destination. Hold it in your mind.
People down in South Knot City have had to suffer through a lot of terrorist attacks lately. They've not been receiving supplies regularly either. No one's starving, not yet, but a sense of unease is spreading across the city. We need you to bring them as much as you can of whatever you can. Food, oxytocin, the essentials. You'll also be carrying seeds, earthworm and insect protein paste, organic chemicals, and anti-BT weapons laced with your blood. None of which can be sent via a Cairo printer. A delivery will remind the citizens they're connected to the rest of the country. It will give them hope. And if you can get them connected to the Cairo network,
I don't remember, but there might be a boss fight.
Something's been nagging at me, though. Fragile checked in a little while ago, saying that due to some instability with the beach, she was having trouble making jumps. Until things settle down, she won't be able to help you out. Fragile's at the distro center south of Lake Knot if you want to hear the rest of the story. I marked the location on your map. Be sure to take a look. By the way, chiral density appears to be increasing across the board. We're currently looking into what kind of impact this might have on Cupid functionality. No need for you to worry about all that, though. Just keep on doing what you do best, huh?
This is a very long delivery. We can fabricate trucks now. That's actually really sweet. Oh, we'll accept the order. We're just not gonna fabricate anything.
You can use those little darlings to stun your enemy. Just equip. They deliver living on.
Ooh. Boy, that doesn't weigh a lot, but that's funky cargo.
Unable to process order. Unable to process order. Please stand by until the problem can be rectified.
Oh, hi. Sam, Bridges, I presume? Sorry about that. The system seems to be on the fritz. One of the packages wasn't processed properly and got left out of the order. It says here the client is Fragile herself. Someone double-tagged it so the system couldn't tell whether it's for Fragile Express or Bridges. Anywho, really sorry for the holdup, and, careful. The contents are fragile. It's okay.
Like, I already know what to do with it. Hold on. We're almost ready. Alright. So we have a road that goes most of the way to the distribution center. But we're pretty boned once we get there. Like, that road will get us pretty much around the mule camp. But then we're gonna have to get creative when we get here.
Keep on keeping on.
I don't know why my motorcycle is veering to the right. This is where our road ends, isn't it? Oh no, it should go on for a little while. Yeah, it does. We are officially off the road now. So that is the end of that. But that got us to a really good spot at least. But now we gotta get creative. God, the next patch would have been so nice because we would have gotten us above all these rocks. That sucks. We can get down, but we're going to have to take it real easy. You're kidding me. How deep is that? Oh my god, it's very deep. According to the underdeck, we should be able to make it over here. Wow, that was a trap. This is not a long-range trike. But we can get one while we're here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Decontaminating super.
Look at that, we left one here.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh, hi. Sam Bridges, I presume? Says here the client is fragile herself. Careful. The contents are fragile.
Fucking Higgs.
Higgs.
Sam, what's wrong?
Fragile. Son of a bitch, it was him.
What are you talking about?
The package I picked up for you, the one from Lake Knot.
Hold on. I wasn't expecting any package.
He said Fragile herself was the client. The system was down, so some Bridges delivery guy had to hand it over in person.
Who?
Look, the point is, it was Higgs.
Come on, I need to see it now. It's a nuke! Not again. That bastards can't do this to me again. The timer's already started. I can't stop it. We only have one option. Sam, we've got to get rid of it. Take it down to the crater next to South Knot. It's a tar pit. damn near bottomless. If we chuck it in there, we just might have a chance.
All right, Sam. I've added the location of the crater lake to your map. Get the nuke there ASAP and dispose of it.
Nukes are just such a casual part of Hideo Kojima games. Oh my god, I shouldn't have made that, but I did. What? Come on. Come on. I guess I'm not getting lucky twice, huh? Fuck. Alright. The jump was a fucking trap. Oh shit. Borrow this for a little while, boys. Hope you don't mind. Yeehaw. Ooh, that would be really nice. We can make it. It ain't much, but it's something.
Head out now or wait till it's full? Time to motor.
I don't expect this truck to make it all the way to South Knot, but just having a pair of wheels has been really nice.
Sam, you're at the lake, aren't you? Hurry up and get rid of that goddamn nuke.
All right, we have to.
Jesus, that was close. You saved the city and everyone in it. I love a lot more than I ever did.
Maybe there's no way of saving Middle Knot. But South Knot's still here. Because of me. And you. What happened to you?
By the time I realized what Higgs was planning, the nuke was already at the city gates. I followed the delivery truck and somehow managed to carry the bomb to safety. But Higgs had been on to me from the start. He caught me red-handed outside the gates, nuke still cradled in my arms like a child. So, as punishment, he strips me down to nothing. And then he makes it rain.
Listen up, Fragile. I got a proposition for you. Do you want to live out your days as damaged goods? Or would you rather take damage for the goods?
Get to the point.
All right. If all you want is to save yourself, you just have to jump. However, if you want to see this altruistic streak of yours through, then you'll have to carry my nuke to the bottomless pit and toss it in. Oh, sure, you'll be the city's savior. But you will have to walk naked through Timefall to do it. Trade a lot of your time for a little bit of the city's? Hell, seems like a fair exchange to me.
Truth is, I don't much care for my face. That's why I hide it. Oh, but you... Ooh, you just love yours, don't you? I bet Daddy was real proud. Oh.
Don't worry. I won't mess it up. See, I want your face to be a kind of testament.
Why did you do it? Why did you betray me?
Because I found someone who completes me. Someone who doesn't need me to wear a mask. Oh. Word to the wise. Even if you do save South Knot, you'll always be the nut job who blew up Middle Knot. Oh, and that pretty face of yours will always be remembered as the face of a terrorist. They'll never stop hunting you. Believe me, I know. Oh, they can slap a sticker on you, but you're still gonna break in transit. Oh. So, what's it gonna be?
I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy.
Well, good luck with that.
I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. Because I'm fragile, but I'm not that fragile.
And Timefall does not fuck around on your skin.
Well, there it is. You are a goddamn hero. You did the right thing. This belongs to you.
I'm no hero, Sam. That choice I made, I've regretted it ever since. All I had to do was jump, and I could have saved myself.
But instead, you saved a city. And more than that, you gave people hope.
Well, now there's only one person left for me to save. I'm gonna make Heats regret he ever crossed me.
By killing him?
Can't. He's way more powerful now than he was before. But you could take him. You could. But promise me. Promise me you'll leave him alive. There's something I want to ask him to his face.
I didn't think you were capable of torture.
Am now. And I want to know why he betrayed me. Do you want it?
Sam, don't forget about the supply run to South Knot City.
Wasn't planning on forgetting that.
Outstanding, Sam. Now let's get your cargo to South Knot City and put those people on the network.
And in the middle of a dull-lit, weightless street, stands a shadow of a man shaped just like me. My curiosity keeps me confused. But still I stand here on my own, with nothing left to lose.
You have to go into the front.
And with the rain I don't accept, wash away my sins.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be
Simply
lost.
trouble my walk home and my spirit. Because I never said no or put up a fight.
Decontaminating soon. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
The longest delivery we've made yet. It is a heck of a delivery. From lake to south is pretty big.
Great to see you, man. You don't know how much we've been looking forward to this. A lot of people hurting here. Gotta start with those who need it most. Given this quantity, everyone ought to get a share. We really appreciate it.
Nice.
So is it true the chiral network is finally becoming a reality? I can't believe it. Really can't. Feels like a dream almost. If it's not a dream, then yeah, we want to be part of it.
Having this online will really help things out with getting some player structures built. Yeah, we're only missing one patch. I think that's the cosplayer.
survived without outside assistance. The chiral network could make a huge difference, make repairs more manageable. It could help us finally get back on our feet. You've given us a gift more precious than you know. When we lost Middle Knot City, it felt like there'd be no end to the violence. I woke up every day thinking it might be our last. Yet, here we are. By the grace... Yeah, well, let's just say I don't believe in miracles or luck. Hell no. I believe in people. And it was people that saved us. Just like you did today. Now it's our turn to pick up the pieces and do the same for others. I'm sorry. I gotta get this to everyone. We really appreciate it.
Good work, Sam. I'll see that your supplies are ready and waiting. Suppose I don't need to tell you to take care when you come fetch them.
Alright, I didn't bring any blood bags with me. Well.
Thanks, Sam. You've saved South Knot City and brought our people even closer together. You're halfway there. Halfway to making us whole again. Listen, there's something I need to tell you.
Sam, Amelie's connection just dropped. We've been routing her calls through the old system. Must be a problem with the lines. I'll look into it. Let's just hope it's nothing more serious.
Sam, I'm detecting a chiral spike. Right in your vicinity. These numbers are off the charts. This might explain the sudden service interruption.
Whatever's causing it could pose a threat to the Knot cities. Get out there and investigate.
So probably a boss fight. We have grenades, which is good. Yeah, we got hematic grenades. So we should be fine. Should be.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Oh wait, I know this. So we did not come prepared for this, unfortunately. The hell is that? Fuck! Lots of screenshots.
Who is that asshole anyway?
No idea.
Yeah, we can't leave.
Remember. What's wrong? I can't remember.
Enemy sighted. We need reinforcements. We need reinforcements. Enemy sighted.
Really? I'd like to know where. Ah. Well, let him come closer. Shit, it's flushing me out.
Reinforcements!
The gun won't hurt. Doesn't help out BB a little bit. This takes a while. This is fine. There. That'll keep BB going. Damn it, he was here. Shoot the shit out of him. Oh wow, it's getting real dark in here real fast, ain't it?
Sam, do you read me?
Yeah.
Everything okay?
Where am I?
Say again?
What happened to me?
The second you left the distribution center, the storm blinked out, just like that. Chiral density dropped almost as fast.
I got caught in the storm and I was in a war zone.
You been daydreaming, Sam? Comms were only down for a second.
No, it was much longer than that.
I'm covered in blood.
There was this soldier. He tried taking my BB.
If you say so.
The little one can vouch for me.
Sam? It's been less than a minute since we last spoke.
That can't be right. I was there for hours, it felt like.
Maybe you should rest a bit.
Never mind. Coming to you.
It's a shame I can't meet you halfway.
Yeah, I know. Your kid, right?
Be careful, Sam.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to seeing you. It's been a while since I've had company.
Keep on keeping on.
Sam, proceed to Mama's lab. Mama was part of the Cupid R&D team. However, from the start, she had concerns about its long-term viability. Felt Cupids had fundamental flaws, which might explain the strange phenomenon you experienced and the spike in chiral density. You should pay her a visit. See what she has to say.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Not for a very long time. When there's roads, you got it. I guess we're the delivery this time. Nothing in the garage. All right. They took all my damn hematic grenades. It sucks. Didn't even put them in my private locker or anything, man. Wait, no. This is all my stuff. Well, I'm not as interested in the assault rifles, but these hematic grenades and the blood bags. Yeah. Zip around real quick. Get some stuff.
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
I still have everything in my utilities, right? Yeah. Everything's pretty much full except those hematic grenades. Just makes sense to keep a whole bunch of those. Handy for boss fights and stuff. Well, no roads, unfortunately. Oh, look, it's a baby.
Don't worry, Sam. She doesn't bite. Glad you made it.
And now you know why her name is Mama.
She's hungry.
What the?
There, she's down. Even though she can't drink it, my body keeps making it. Going through the motions really helps with the soreness, though.
What is she?
She's my daughter. And I'm her mama. It's okay. She's only connected to me. Not like the other BTs. You can see it, right? You're hooked up. Now you know why I can't leave. So about the supercell. Do you think the grown-ups could talk for a minute? Thank you. Look at this. This was the chiral density when the supercell appeared. But almost immediately after, it dropped to normal levels. In other words, the storm vanished in less than a second.
That's impossible.
Okay, let's pull the data from your cufflinks and take a look then. Well, that's all pretty crazy, but at least you're not. Timestamps in the
thanks.
logs support your story. Best guess I can muster is you were trapped between two different spacetimes.
Two different space times.
HQ is doing a deeper analysis. All they've got to work with is the frequency spectrum, but with a little effort, they should be able to figure out where you were sent. Another chiral spike. She's been crying more at night. Chiral density increases in regions connected to the chiral network, but the numbers are way higher than I projected.
That's bad, right?
Yeah, more connections means more chiralium. Early on, Bridges did acknowledge this as a potential problem, so I installed special limiters in the Cupids to keep the chiral levels in check. Looks like the limiter on yours is faulty, though. The supercell and the temporal phenomenon that you experienced may be related to all this.
Are you saying if I keep extending the network, we might be in for more temporal phenomena?
Maybe. Or worse, they cause another Death Stranding.
But you got a solution.
Of course I've got a solution. Right over here, in fact. We just need to integrate a limiter into this new Cupid I threw together. Thought I'd make you one since you said you were coming.
Great. Crisis averted.
No, crisis not averted. We need to rewrite the software to work with the new hardware.
Well, then get to it.
Yeah, no can do. I designed the hardware, but the software was written by someone else.
Well, where can we find them?
Her. The name's Lochna. She was a member of Bridges 1. You'll have to head to Mountain Knot City.
All right, I gotta take a Cupid there anyway.
Oh, good. That's great. Here we go again. I don't know what's gotten into her lately. She's so scared. Look at her. Maybe the other side wants her back. Or maybe she wants to go back. We can't keep on like this. That much I know.
You wanna tell me what happened?
She was due. I was in the hospital waiting for a C-section. Then the terrorists hit us. I was pinned under the rubble. Nothing to do but wait and wait. Felt like forever. But no one came. They said air and water.
Can someone help me, please?
I don't know how many days went by. The water ran dry, and the cold set in. I gave birth there in the rubble. But instead of bringing life into the world, I brought death.
Right.
When the time fall stopped, my baby started to cry. She cried, cried, cried. Her life was the price I had to pay to survive. She saved me.
You can see how dry her tongue is. Crazy attention to
We've been
detail.
together ever since. But she's a BT. The ties that bind her to this place bind me too. You could say I've never really been discharged.
And you're okay with that? I mean, you know she's gone. You want to live your life in the shadow of the dead?
Come on. You, of all people, you chose the dead over the living. Why else would you be here? I just remembered, Deadman told me repatriates have special blood. Mind if I take a sample?
Oh good, this is actually really useful.
Yeah, sure. Suck me dry. You already bleed me in my sleep. Bit cold, ain't you?
Just a second. There. All done. I want to run a test.
Mama, are you?
I'm sorry, Sam. Would you mind leaving us alone for a while?
Yeah. I gotta get to work.
Sam? Hey, forget what I said about chiral spikes. Reconnecting the world comes first. Maybe we're making things worse. Maybe not. But it's the only plan we've got. Good luck, Sam.
Sam, the delivery terminal outside still works. Go ahead and get it connected. I'll give you further instructions from there.
Sure, boss.
Sam, your next objective is to bring Mountain Knot City into the network. Now, this route will take you to a way station and on to a distro center north of the city. From there, it gets tricky. You'll have to take a detour to get around the mountains.
Still want me using this Cupid on the way? Software's not been rewritten yet.
It's fine. If you link up Mountain Knot City after your Cupid is fixed, the update should filter through the network, stabilizing the connection. It's just one more reason to get there ASAP. But for now, make do with the Cupid you've got.
Any word from Mama Lee?
None. We'll just have to hope she's all right and keep going. It's what she would want. Anyway, check in at Lake Knot City's Southern Distro Center before you hit the road. And good luck out there.
By the way, Sam, I've added a zipline schematic.
Yes!
Figured it would come in handy.
It
All
is!
you need to set one up is at least 2 anchors. Why bother carrying cargo across a river or up a steep hill when you can just send it through the air? Am I right? If you want a little hands-on experience, you can use the anchors outside my lab. Have yourself some fun.
The good news is, Fragile's available and willing to lend you a hand. If you want Fragile to send you, you'll need to head to a private room. South Knot City looks closest from what I can see. It'll be a lot quicker than walking, that's for sure. But you can't take any cargo with you, so there's that. It's up to you. Just remember the option's there if you need it.
So, we're gonna go ahead and start working on the, The zipline network? Because now that we have it, like, that's huge. You can already see that she's got some of it set up herself. And it's always timefall. Online chiral bridge. Oh, that's neat. This is forever timefall. God, it's like timefall the whole time. I hate that feature where the bike will stall up.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridge. Welcome to South Knot City. Proceed to distribution center. Decontamination center. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Did I tell you we added a zipline option to your PCC? Because we did. Build a few anchors and link them with a line to travel from A to B in record time. Give it a try.
Well, I planned on it. Oh, they don't have the materials because they need chiral crystals. God, the road just will not update. I might have to do that myself, I think. That sucks. Well, no, I know we just made these, but...
Your work is great.
Well, I did say stop here, so...
Sam, I'm glad I can do something for you. Especially after what you did for me. Now,
It's just this picture of your destination and whoosh. Marriage sucks. Well, buddy, it's probably because you're an asshole.
Sam, check the terminal for available orders. One moment, Sam.
Oh, we can make grenades. Like having the big battery.
Restrictions lifted.
Now, if I recall, the easiest way to get to this guy is to head up to the craftsman. So we're gonna set a marker there and try to get back to our road. I love that that one is there, like, as a warning. Here soon. Not that we'll be using it for very long, but we'll be on the road here soon. We really gotta get that cosplayer delivery in. So that way this area can get fully linked up. So I feel like it's being held back.
Still got it.
This is a really expensive road. We're going to have to go through BT territory here real soon. You can see our destination there. It's a cylinder with the like golf ball on top. This is gonna suck. Well, we were able to see our destination. That did damage the cargo a little bit. That was a lot to leave behind. So the zipline network is handy for this, because the only easy way to this is not directly to it. You have to go, like, swing way around. Then there is a more favorable path that goes up. So you gotta think, they don't build these, like, in terrible places, but not every path is going to be, like, immediately accessible, you know? Can't get enough of that stuff, man. But yeah, we're getting over to the side that's a little bit more favorable. Still ain't great. There's no path up here that's really awesome, but I want to say it's just around the bend here. And it just cuts up through. I think it's this one right here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Oh, you must be Sam Bridges. That one-man expedition team? They may be cut off up here, but word still travels. We've heard all about the Great Deliverer, the BT Buster, the terrorist, stopper. I'm still working on that last one. Well, I'm just stoked to meet you, man. So, what you got for us? Whoa, incredible. This will be a huge help. Thanks. You're not gonna even recognize the way station when we're through.
I always love getting some balance upgrades.
All right. All we need now is to get jacked into the network. Am I right?
See, it's such a huge network. And then the next one we go to is also ginormous.
Man, it sure feels good to be part of the UCA for real. We've been literally marooned on an island for way too long. I can't wait to reconnect with everyone at HQ. Patching up this place is gonna take some work, but I'm feeling revved up and ready to go like never before. We won't let our country down. Thanks, Sam. And good luck out there. Not that you need it. You're gonna hit the West Coast before you know it.
Good work, Sam. Next, you need to extend the network to the distro center north of the city. Now would be a damn good time to do it, too, as they just sent out an SOS call. Info's still coming in, but it looks like there's been an accident, and we've got injured in need of assistance. Check the delivery terminal for details.
Good work. New order available.
That's armor for your shoulders and legs. The downside is that you won't be able to carry cargo on top of it. You'll have to weigh the pros and cons.
Remember, Sam, review your gear and bring only what you need to make it to your destination as fast as possible.
Don't have any other ones there, do you?
Order assigned. Delivery parameter.
No. It's all the places we've already gone. I...
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Ooh. This thing is real slow to kind of wind down. Come on. Doesn't work so well when you're on a hill. This thing naturally wants to take your momentum and just run with it. There's too many. I'm not collecting all these. It's already kind of a road, but it's going to become a proper road later. Let me tell you, it's real nice when you get it built, too. All right. This is so bizarre. Come on, don't hijack my camera like that. That ain't cool. The batteries are low, but we should be almost there. I forgot it's kind of hard to like visualize the route without the road. I got so used to having a road that runs through all this junk. Makes traveling very fast. How close are we? I think I see it in the distance. Oh god, yeah, we still have a while. Shit. Come on. I get it! God! I hate that. When I'm on a bike, just let me go. Don't hijack my fucking camera. Please. Well, this is actually the proper path to get around. Even though we do have all the marshland to go through, and I would really like to get up to that. Just to have a little bit of insurance. Why did he put it up here? Good, I'm glad it's fully charged. I had to scale a mountain to get to it. If you follow the road markers, you can see them off to the right. That'll get us there. So we have a path.
Heads up, Sam. Looks like you've tripped an intrusion sensor. To be clear, these sensors react to you, not to your cargo. Be careful. Trouble may be on the way.
There it is. Ooh, I did not check that.
Thank you so much. Our med team should have no trouble patching him up now. You're a lifesaver. I can't believe how fast you were. Hey, watch yourself out there. You're ashamed to lose someone with
Buddy, I was just riding a motorcycle. If there was danger, I rode really fast.
Wasn't an accident, by the way. It was an attack. Someone slipped explosives into a parcel we processed.
Higgs.
Separatist assholes think this land is theirs for
It's
the
always
taking.
Higgs, every time.
They may be right. Any one of us could have handled that package. Fuck me. We have to be more careful. Beef up our security. At least we didn't lose anyone this time. Thank you, Sam. Really. I hear the chiral network is coming along. You think the signal's strong enough to reach us here? I hope so. Give it a try. Huh?
Sam, with the help of the chiral network, we've recovered experimental data which should provide a boost to our ongoing research and development initiatives. As a matter of fact, we've already made one breakthrough that can be applied to our weapons programs. Hematic rounds, anti-BT ammunition that utilizes the unique properties of your own blood. However, it's important to remember that with each shot fired, you'll be expending a small quantity of your own blood. And depending on the situation, you may be better off switching back to conventional ammo. Further details can be found in the list of equipment available for fabrication.
It worked. Oh, that's great. We've been starving for info. And if we run into any more trouble, we can get the word out sooner. I can't thank you enough.
All right, Sam. There aren't any more stops to make before Mountain Knot City. But this last leg will be the hardest yet.
It is pretty
Rest up
tough.
in the private room and check your gear before you set out.
Like, getting a road out of Mountain Knot City is really helpful, because otherwise the train is absolute dog shit.
Amelie!
Higgs and his people came. They finally reached Edge Knot City. There's no escape for me now. Everyone's dead, the city's destroyed, and what's left is crawling with BTs. They're everywhere.
Where's your Kipu?
But I was able to sneak away and reach out to you. This might be our last chance to talk like this. I just wanted you to know that I'm safe.
Where's your fucking Kipu?
For now. Promise me you'll keep building the chiral network. It's our only hope for the future. It's my only hope for freedom. And when you've finished, we can go back east together.
Amelie, your Kipu, where is it?
Sam, I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
Man, I hate that trope where, like, people show up and they do not answer any sort of question or even acknowledge the question, right? Oh, that's how to build a racetrack. Racetrack. Yeah. Just getting all these red because they give us likes. Okay, we're all caught up. There's like 30 we had to read. I wanted all those likes. Alright, let's skedoodle.
Back off. Back off! Don't do it!
Oh, they stopped me dead in my tracks for that one.
Hey, Sam. I have some new info you should hear. Recently recovered thanks to your efforts to expand the chiral network. It concerns BBs. I dug this up on my own, just to be clear. No one ordered me to look. And if anyone asked, put it all on me. No need for you to deal with any blowback. You were just listening to me ramble on the wire, okay? Anyway, it looks like Bridges wasn't the first to bring back BB tech. It was a group of separatists. Terrorists opposed to UCA expansion, according to the records. They started using them about 3 years ago. Right around the time Bridges 1 was putting plans in place to head west. Seems these separatists were having trouble with BTs too, and figured that if they could track them, they might be able to steer them into our path. When Bridges caught wind of this, the decision was made to fight fire with fire, to start using BBs as a countermeasure. It's possible yours was commissioned for that very purpose, a fact I think someone may have tried to conceal, judging by the absence of BB-28's service record. I always found it strange that we were so willing to utilize technology we barely understood. Now we know why. We've been aping methods and techniques employed by others from the start. There's more you should know. It's about the original Bridge Baby experiments. Piecing together what little I could find, it looks like they started around the time of the Death Stranding. They were conducted on the island of Manhattan off the East Coast, which was completely and utterly obliterated by what was almost certainly a void out. Back then, these experiments had the full support and approval of the American government. It's all just guesswork, but I suspect the BB program was conceived to help gain a better understanding of the nature of the Death Stranding. However, due to ethical and safety concerns, public opinion was strongly against the program. Still, they pressed on, and in their desperation to make sense of the greatest disaster of their age, I think they caused another. I should also mention that the president himself was killed in the blast. It was after his death, when he was succeeded by then Vice President Strand, that the experiments were suspended by executive decree. Documents were shredded, facilities were decommissioned, and every effort was made to pretend that BBs had never even existed. Which begs the question how some random separatist group was capable of resurrecting the tech decades later. I'll let you know if I turn up anything enlightening.
Sam, check the delivery terminal and review the list of orders.
Yeah, this one's gonna be tough.
The people of Mountain Knot City have a pressing problem that needs to be addressed. A tar-like substance has been bubbling up from beneath the ground near them. They're seeing more of it by the minute, and it won't be long before it spreads into the city. There have already been reports of ejecta inside the outer walls. If nothing is done, the whole city might be swallowed by a sea of tar in the near future. There's an order from Mountain Knot City. Check the details of it.
I hate how much I get irritated when they're just like rambling. Like I need everything to really have like some definitive purpose.
Be advised, Sam. The case for that antimatter bomb was not designed for long-distance transport. The magnetic traps that keep the antimatter sequestered are delicate. A powerful impact, reckless driving, an unbalanced carrier. There are all kinds of ways the traps could fail. Any abnormalities detected within the case should trigger an alarm. If it goes off, you're doing it wrong. And if the bomb goes off,
You're doing it
we'll have
wrong.
a disaster on our hands. The kind we can't come back from.
Order assigned. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
So we're gonna have to take this one kind of easy. Fuck, I was hoping some of the road would be here by now. Has any more of the road showed up? No. The only part of the road that has shown up is this little segment, so it looks like I am gonna have to get to work on that soon. That may be where I take a break in the story, is once we make it to Mountain Knot City. We're gonna work our way out of Mountain Knot City and try to get the road built back around.
Easy.
Man, I don't know if driving is gonna be the way to go. Because I am going as slow as I possibly can. Let's... I hate to say it, but we gotta take this on foot. There's no doubt this thing is already quite damaged. Oh, it's 2%, but still. Like, considering how much crap we have coming up, like, I know of at least one BT area. There's a mule camp right over there. You can see the lights from it just a little bit. Ooh. Stop being a thing. We gotta take this off, but it's just way too sensitive. Love it. The more the road that gets built without my involvement, the less I have to do. Because having a road is super important. Even if we get the zipline network, the road is super important. There's that mule camp I was talking about. God, that mule range is really long. The BT area is going to be in that general direction. Yeah, it's deep pretty much the whole way through, huh? This at least looks like temporarily deep. Because we gotta go across this thing. This is probably one of the most important roads. Act like I've been spotted all of a sudden. Fuck. Fuck. It says it's all real shallow, so... It's not as deep as I thought it would be. Then we can actually take this bridge. I'm kind of surprised there's structures over here. This looks like a good area to rest at. Though we don't really need to rest too much, I don't think. Ah, it looks like someone was already working on a zipline network. Those are always so good to see. Hold on. Nope. Can't cross there. Yeah, we can take the bridge. It'd probably be a little easier to cross over here. If we can sit on this side of the river, we'll be in okay shape. Because over there's BT hell. Sadly, the way to get up to the mountains is not through there. Though if you put another one on top of all those cliffs, you could have a really good zip line. Oh, is it red? Oh, okay, no, we're good. Just hold on to our stuff and push. Yeah, this is one of the hardest, like, not city areas, but there's a couple that lives, like, up in the mountains, and that is just fucking terrible. I think his name was, like, the Mountaineer or something. Like, it's terrible getting him.
That's a big one.
Now, the fact that we don't have any ladders or anything, that's kind of my fault, but I did want to pack light. Shit. That was a little too soon. Just take it nice, easy. Nice, easy. Try not to have any bumps. So, what am I picking up?
There we go.
Oh, I didn't even see it. To give you all an idea of where we're at, we're getting around this big mountain range. And this is the route that we've taken. I was going to try to swing like that because that's kind of how the path naturally goes, but we had to cut across a little sooner, which actually ended up being for the best. We avoided a load of BTs over there. If that bridge wasn't there, we would have been in a much more difficult situation. We gotta do a little bit of mountaineering ourselves here. Look, man, it can't be timefall all the time, can it? Hey, you can actually see it because we kind of took a small shortcut. These chiral crystals look weird. There's blending into the grass really well. We're 534 meters away, so still a bit of a hike, but we're almost there. Shit, leave me down here.
There we go.
Still got a bit of a hike, but we're already through the hardest part, probably. That was a hike, but we made it.
Begin scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Delivery complete. Displaying performance evaluation.
The hell do you think you're doing, Bridges? That network you're building is carrying some nasty stuff. Stuff nobody would want anywhere near them. I thought you people would have figured that out by now. We want no part of your chiral network or the UCA.
Shit.
That voice. Is that you, Mama? You hit your head there, Mama?
I'm not yours, and yours is no kind of mother.
All right. Enough games, Mama.
I don't think you heard me, mister. Mountain Knot City is telling you and the UCA to take a hike. You people keep doing what you're doing, and you're gonna put us right back on the road to the Death Stranding. We didn't ask for you to come and tell us how to live our lives. We'll decide that for ourselves, thank you very much. All we want from you is the occasional delivery. Nothing else.
So you speak for the city?
That's right. I'm in charge. The name's Lochner.
Lochner? Hold up, I need to talk to you. You're a technician, right?
Look, go home and don't come back.
Listen to me, damn it. I need your help.
Well, we don't need yours, Bridges. You're only making things worse.
Japley took that bomb.
Sorry you had to deal with that, Sam. She's the boss over there, and she's not afraid to lay down the law. We need her, and we need her people. We've lost too many others as it is. Without Mountain Knot City, the chiral network, and the UCA will never be complete.
What now?
So, here's the thing. Sam, Lochner is Mama's twin sister. Former Bridges 1. Went west with the others. Second group, just like Mama. Mama's not her real name, of course. That'd be Malingen. Both have dooms and both are scientific geniuses. Mama's primary field of expertise is applied physics. Lochner's is theoretical. Mama designed the Cupid hardware. Lochner, the software. They said they could converse over any distance. Said they had a special bond that led them. I don't know how that's possible, but I'll tell you this. There wouldn't be a chiral network without them. They were so close that some said they were like one person in two bodies. Might be why they were able to develop the Cupid. But they had a falling out after Molingen's accident. Lochner left Bridges and cut off all contact with us. I don't know what happened between them. But if
I don't
we
know why
don't
it's
bring
fuzzy.
Lochner
Let me
around,
fix that.
our plans to make America whole again are finished. You to stick your nose in their personal business. Though if you did, it might help us figure out how to bring Lochner around. Which would be great, because our plans to make America whole again are finished without her. In the meantime, if you've got any bright ideas, feel free to give them a shot.
Good work. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
You know, I enjoy that even from a gameplay perspective, they're telling you to fuck off. It'd be sure swell if we get this place on the network, though. Oh. Bet you left us some PCCs.
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
No, he didn't. He'd leave us some nice boots.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
So, it would be in our best interest. Alright, so here's the unfortunate game plan, right? We want to get here, because crossing this ain't gonna fucking happen. Telling you that now. We don't have the right gear. And I want to take zip lines up as I go. This, the less I have to climb around that, the better. But, no, we essentially have to go all the way back, then we can fragile jump. How in the hell do you change the zoom? Center one. Oh, there we go. So we're gonna go up there, then fragile jump to... I don't know if we can go right to Mama's lab, but we can go South Knot City, that's fine.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Buddy, it's always time fall, and that sucks. Like, I'm not even delivering cargo this time. Look, if I see stuff on the way, I might as well take it, right? I remembered one being here.
There we go.
See if we can wait out this dumb time fall.
It's about to drop.
Smooth and soothe. Oh, we can't actually pass time. Well, alright then. It's still a trophy. My dude went to sleep right away. That's so bizarre to me. That's right, we crossed over a different way. Yeah, we made our own bridge for getting over. All it took was 2 ladders. Now, we are going to be going through BT country. There we go. I remember this being one of the more annoying BT spots. One second. It changes up some things for us. Well, I was mainly checking those BT settings because I really don't want to be alarmed every single time. Yes, BTs are part of the game. They always are part of the game. Getting that stupid extended warning every time is not fun.
Nice.
This is the thing about the BTs, they never show up in like random spots. If there's timefall going, the BTs are always in a specific spot. I have a really stupid idea. We could fragile jump from here, though. Oh god, we're caught. This should stop me.
About ready to drop.
That seemed like the smart path to take. We're gonna juice up here real quick and then port on over. We don't really need too much of this that I'm wearing. Cool. Our battery's good. We got that extra battery pack anyways.
Your work is great.
Trevor Phillips. Michael, let me tell you something. Customize my backpack. Wait, what? Does this let me know I hadn't highlighted? Well, no, there's still something there. Should be done now. It's done. The equipment rack is a sham. That's behind the Timefall farm, isn't it? It's not quite on top of that, but it does put you right by that place. It's neat. Well, this is doing that. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Seemed like a optimal time for a bathroom break, though. Playing this on PS5, you don't get as much downtime as you usually do. So we're gonna head up to Mama's.
Our little secret. I got my hands on something special. I might later test some when you roll them. A toast to Lisa. And to you. Not bad.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Beginning scanning. Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey.
Love seeing zip lines. Yes, we do. Bro, it's always timefall.
Hey, Sam. Thanks for coming back. Got something for you. These are your new cufflinks. They still work as a terminal, but I've added a weapon function. I was able to redesign everything from the ground up after the last connection.
And they're weapons too now.
That's right. Cord cutters. I should explain. BTs are connected to the other side via umbilical cords, right? When those cords bring the matter of our world into contact with the antimatter of theirs, boom, void out. But, just as Deadman theorized, your blood does have unique properties. It can be used to cut a BT's cord. So, I've added that function. Cut the cord of the BT, and it returns to the world of the dead. No BT, no void out. Win-win.
These things can cut them loose.
If you can get close enough without them noticing, yes.
Cord snipping, super handcuffs.
Right. Let's try them out. Cut the cord connecting us.
Even knowing it's coming, that still hurts.
sure she got plenty of milk. Just do it. Please, Sam. Set us free. This world was never hers, but all the same, I didn't want her to leave it. Even though she's already lost. Truth is, she's not really my daughter.
The attack and everything, that was all a lie?
No, that part was true. My ovaries can't produce eggs, and Lochna has trouble with her uterus. Long story short, neither of us can have children. I was alright with it. I mean, children, who needs them, I thought. But my sister thought differently. Lochna wanted a child, someone to carry her genes. She fell in love with another member of Bridges, but he died in an accident. She was devastated, of course, as was I. Back then, strong emotions like that, I could feel hers, and she could feel mine. When I sensed her desire to join him, to end it, I went to her and said, let's have a baby. We took one of Lochna's eggs and fertilized it with his frozen sperm. And I carried it to term. A healthy baby grew inside me. But then there was the attack. And our bond was severed. I wanted to tell her. But I was bound to the child. I couldn't just abandon her. But I was wrong. Lochna needs to know. You have to break some ties to forge others. Can't be tied to everything. If we're going to reconnect the world, I need to reconnect with my sister first. So please, Sam. Do it.
Maybe that's the baby's father.
Alright, Sam. Take me home to Lochna.
Alright, this turns into a very long delivery.
Sam. Would you sit me up?
I mean,
I haven't been outside in a long time. It's just too much to take in all at once.
You sure? Thought you might be claustrophobic after your time in the rubble.
I'll be fine, so long as I can see out of the bag. The warmth of the light, the touch of the wind, the scent of the world. Lucky you. The two of you are still connected. Okay, Sam. Let's go.
I think this is the strangest way of carrying people around.
I had a special surprise prepped and everything. But it looks to me like your hands are full. It's no biggie. We can always tweak the rules a bit.
You ready, Sam? It's coming.
Woo! He looks hungry. All you gotta do to make it out alive is not get eaten. Sound like fun? Of course it does.
Run, Sam, run!
I think they ate my bike. Well, this is not good.
You're in the clear.
Not a fan of that. Shit. I remembered that part was happening, but I couldn't remember when it was going to happen. Gave me my bike back. That's all I really wanted right here. Ooh, my bike is in rough shape, but it can probably make the trip as long as I'm not an idiot. Oh boy, that's a tall order. That would have been terrible if we would have fell. If we just stay out all that mess.
The hospital I was staying at was crushed by a bridge. Still have nightmares about it. Still hear the crack before it all came tumbling down. I've been scared to death of bridges ever since. And yeah, I know how that must sound considering our employer.
Still no damn road.
I'm scared of the dark too. Don't sleep anymore. Can't.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I was taking a small break for myself. She's probably like, what the fuck is this ride? Well, if you must know. Yeah, we're gonna stop by that power terminal really quick and then hit the road. It's good to fuel up every once in a while. If we had had road, it wouldn't have been a problem, but it's all it is. We're like, God, 20% through this journey. It's gonna be terrible, and we're probably gonna have to go on foot for the last little bit. Tired of you stopping me when BTs show up. I do not care. Because the road passed all. Is there not a single damn generator in this whole area? Or is the closest one that jank one that I used? It is. Fuck. Alright. Oh, maybe faster. Investigate right there, marker B. So I'm gonna need more battery. It just seems wild to me that, like, no other players put generators, like, along the path, and the one that did put it in such a wackadoo place. Like, that's in the mountains. Oh god. I don't see myself getting up that. Unless I can do some really... Oh my god, that's so dangerous. Let's do it. Nope, that super didn't work. Alright, let's take a slightly easier course then. As I saw over here, it looked like a bit of a more natural path. Sorry, this ain't gonna be too pleasant of a ride now. Okay, this works. This works. Hell yeah. Why didn't I see this one when I was checking the map? Whatever. This makes way more sense. You earned some likes.
This one's for you. Today's a good day. This one's for you.
Good. And then there's another one here just to fucking taunt me. The only thing that kind of sucks about this is that we are smack dab in the middle of a mule camp, and they will come out in force. On me, I'm just gonna blow right through at high speed. Don't mind me at all. Oh my god, there's a road. Bless. I don't know how far it's gonna reach, but just the fact that it's here. And we've got a place to charge up. What a great addition.
Remain locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions lifted.
That's the only other instance I've seen of roads showing up. We had so much show up and then it just went crickets all over again. God, carrying somebody looks so awkward. Especially when you have an asshole like me driving. It's always time fall through here. Oh! Oh no! I can see them. Name of the game here, Speed. God, they're endless. I don't remember this. Maybe this did happen. But I sure as shit don't remember it. Alright, we need to do a route check because I think I'm way the fuck off. Oh my god, yes I am. Alright, back we go. We missed our turn. I thought this looked really strange. The bike's probably not gonna make it, but that's fine because I was probably gonna have to abandon it anyways. Because getting it across the waterway is gonna be really, really rough. This is what happens when you get smart Alex like me and think they know the way. Yeah, but I'm still not where I need to be. Like, this bike is not gonna make it. Damn, I thought if I followed the river I would have been fine. I guess I deviated too much. Because we are well away from pretty much everybody. No, we've got to get across, like, cut back and hit up proper, because if we don't, then we're boned. This is, I forget what station this is. The photographer.
Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked.
Hey, I don't have a delivery for you, but
Sam Porter Bridges.
we'll interact really quick. Okay, we can't put her in a private locker. Alright, so they won't even talk to us, which is understandable. Understandable. Have a great day.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
And when they say it recharges slowly, they mean exactly that. It recharges slowly.
Strong.
Oh, Nelly.
I don't think I can push it much further.
I do not have equipment. Fuck. We're going to have to go down the old-fashioned way. Sorry, bike. You should have carried us a bit further, but I'm a dingbat. Ride it till the wheels fall off, I guess. The bike ran out of juice. I guess putting them in the bag like that is to protect them from timefall. If you encounter it, which, hey, guess what? Timefall shows up all the time in this game. Yeah, we've got to get the road over this place, man. Like, that is going to be such a priority once we get Mountain Knot online. I will dump resources into making that happen. I think we're clear. Clear enough, at least. Hey, I can finally start to cross. That was hairy. Hey, those are my ladders, I think.
Hey, Sam. Do you remember your own birth? Me, I remember being inside the womb. I wasn't alone. I could hear my mother's heartbeat. Hers and Loch Ness. We were conjoined twins. One and the same before we were born. But then they tried to separate us with surgery. The operation was successful. But we were still one. We knew each other's thoughts without saying a word. My joy was her joy. Her pain was my pain. And no distance was too great for us to overcome. Some might call it a kind of telepathy. Divided in body, joined in spirit. We had a beach just for us. One we shared. Our own private chiral network, you might say. With Cupids, we can build one that will let everyone share what Lochna and I have. I saw it all laid out before me after I signed up with Bridges. A network that could unite everyone, no matter how scattered or different. That would make us whole. It wouldn't be about bringing people into line. It would be about bringing them into the fold, where they would share alike. I knew it could change the world. Well, but after the attack and the birth, everything changed. For the first time in my life, Lochna wasn't there. But I'm not alone anymore. I can feel her again. She's close. Thank you, Sam. I feel whole again. You and me, sis. Me and you. I'm sorry, Lochna.
That's actually a really heartfelt discussion. Like right as like it came into view was when she was saying, you know, I know my sister's close. And that could just be timing because I'm the one who decided the route. And that song doesn't change. But the timing was really awesome. We're not gonna put her on the tram, are we? That'd be silly. No, but they do wheel her in like that.
Lincoln, no. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you so much. I love you so much. It's good to hear your voice again. I shouldn't have kept you in the dark. Tried to save her. I couldn't. You don't have to say it anymore. Look, man. You need to fix his Cupid. I couldn't save our child, but you can save our world. Only you. I love you. You hear me? Forever. And always. Now, make the world whole. Okay? Just like you make me.
They're finally gonna put themselves on the grid.
All that she went through, I had no idea. I thought she'd severed our bond on purpose, that she stole our child and ran. I fixed your Cupid like she asked. The limiter should be functioning properly now. There is one thing. Before I sat down to work, I took a long, hard look at the code. I'm pretty sure someone's tweaked it. Either that, or my memory's going to pieces.
Someone rewrote your code.
Hey there, Kay. How you doing?
Rewrote might be overstating it. Let's just say it wasn't the latest version I released. And yet, because of it, I was
Vibing.
finally
That's
reunited
good.
with Lincoln.
I saw you were gonna stream today.
Could be we found our culprit already.
How's Prague going?
She died beneath the rubble, with our child still inside her. Her caw passed over to the other side, but her haw remained, bound to our dead daughter. She knew all of this, of course. That's why she kept one cuff loose. Didn't want anyone seeing her vitals.
Hey,
Shame
nice.
she couldn't use her favorite invention. She did all that to get me and our daughter safe.
Good. Look at all those patches that we need to fix up. Oh, right. That's a new thing that's in this version of the game. The catapult.
Sis? I can hear you. We're whole again. We're one. Like before in the womb. Remember? Lingen.
Oh, I probably won't be home most of the weekend. I do appreciate you asking though. Because I am interested in doing them. I'm just, yeah, I spend pretty much all my weekends at Savvy's now. It's kind of where we're at.
Thanks to you, Edgenut City is finally within reach. And you, Lochner, your work will help ensure that the Chiral network remains online.
Yeah, we're having
Together, we
a
might
good
just make it
time.
all the way
We
west.
actually had a lot of really busy weekends. This was our first lazy weekend that we'd had in a
We've
while.
been studying the data from when you claim you encountered those soldiers. We had audio, which doesn't paint a complete picture on its own, but the languages, the names, and terms we picked out, the munitions we could identify, everything seems to indicate that you were on a battlefield over 100 years ago. World War I, to be precise. It wasn't a dream.
Oh,
It
nice.
wasn't a hallucination. Maybe you were spirited away to another dimension or
Let's see,
something.
it's the 12th.
Given the time discrepancies,
Yeah, I'm
maybe you
not
were sent
taking
to
that
a
off.
beach.
I do have some of that time
Can't
off
say anything
for a
certain.
doctor's appointment. But
That said, I've never heard of a beach turned into a battlefield. But beaches are shaped by the will of the people who inhabit them. Perhaps Hartman can offer a more rational explanation. Beaches are his specialty. Unfortunately, he's still outside the Chiral network. Anyway, get some rest. No use dwelling on questions we can't answer yet.
so maybe I won't set up the entire road system yet, just because I still have areas I need to get online here. But I am going to set up some of the zipline network, and that's probably going to be the rest of our stream. So if you're interested in any more of the story, I don't think we're doing any more for this stream, but we started playing for a while. But we're going to be working on zipline network. I'll read all these later. I am excited. I finally got around to watching the trailer over the weekend. I definitely plan on streaming the story when I get off work that night, but I don't think I'll be doing the 24-man raid until probably the next day. Sam, quit pointing at random shit. Oh. That's a problem. We don't have our BB unit. Shit.
Ooh, looking for this? Surprise. Fragile warped me here. I finally got to visit the beach. Well, her beach. Don't worry. I didn't come all this way for the sightseeing. Your beloved BB has a serious issue.
Oh, well, I guess we are getting some more story, whether we want it or not.
You may recall me explaining that these incubators connect BBs via the chiral network to their still mothers back at HQ.
Nice.
Bridge babies are quite literally bridges between this
I'm excited for the
world and the other
24-man
side.
raid.
Their place is not here with us, nor with the BTs over there. They belong precisely in between, with no greater affinity for one world or the other. But BB-28 here has been leaning further and further towards the world of the living. Towards you, Sam.
Yeah.
It's because we're partners.
Partners? Sam, a BB's a tool, not a human being.
No, that's a...
Bridge, yes. Baby, no.
That's a baby right there.
Tell me what the problem is.
This tool, this weapon, is transforming into a living being. It's gaining weight. Its brain activity is increasing. It's accumulating memories. BB-28 is becoming self-aware, becoming an actual child.
Doesn't sound like a problem to me.
It's hardware, Sam. Manufactured for a purpose. A purpose that cannot fulfill outside the pod. There is a 70% risk of catastrophic failure simply in removing it. Which hardly matters because at this point, it'll cease functioning within a couple of days.
Cease functioning?
That's right. Not even the pod will be enough. It'll be bricked.
What do we do?
We reset it. You'll have to leave it with me, of course. I'll cut the cord that links the two of you and then perform an operation that reconnects it to the other side. Think of it as a little tug to correct its alignment, to put it back where it belongs, right between the world of the living and the dead. But like I said, you'll have to be without it for a while.
You're sure this'll work?
Of course. One catch, though. The surgery may erase its memories.
Erase? They'll forget me?
Relax. The BB will still function as intended. You just have to trust me. Come on. I'm telling you, it's like a game. Just select retry and start again. And this is why I hate things.
He deserves that.
Sam, I was already filthy from my trip through the beach, but now your BB has added insult to injury.
Why are you giving me that menacing ass look? Oh, I know what he wants. Privacy. Shower's in a place that can't hear you.
No one can spy on us in here. It's just you and me. No audio records of what we say. No video for lip reading analysis. Get closer. Die Hardman cannot know of this. Understood? I've been doing some digging into the first BB experiments. Officially, they were suspended by the government following a void out which claimed the life of the then acting president. Documents were shredded. BB technology banned, yes? But obviously, the experiments continued in secret, on the direct orders of President Strand.
Bridget?
The BBs were essential to
Well,
solving
damn.
the mystery of the Death Stranding. Oh, she had big plans for them. They weren't designed just to be BT detectors. She wanted to incorporate them into the chiral network to facilitate travel to the beach. But none of her plans ever came to fruition. And now BB Tech has fallen into terrorist hands.
What's Die Hardman's part in this?
I'm afraid to find out. I don't know how long he was working for Strand. I don't even know his real name or his face. I thought you might, since you two go further back.
He was already wearing the mask when I met him. Something about burning his face.
Right. Sorry. Any data we have from back then is classified at the highest level. As far as I know, the director is the only one with clearance. But the chiral network presents a new opportunity. By compiling fragmented data in the public domain from all across the country, I might be able to piece together a little more of the puzzle. Be careful, Sam. They're watching. Well, Sam, you're a good sport. I'll give you that. Still, it's a fine way to get out of doing the laundry.
I don't know about that.
Just fix BB, alright?
Oh no, you'll be doing the fixing. I'd never manage without your help. Check the delivery terminal upstairs for the details. When you're ready, of course.
So I guess I'm doing the zip network without a BB unit. Which kind of sucks, but okay. Now we're done with the story unless they surprise me with more. I need to get some PCC units made. Probably wouldn't hurt to get another pair of boots.
That man tells me your BB isn't performing to spec. We'll have to put your primary mission on hold until we restore its functionality. It's our only Dooms-compatible unit. And you're gonna have to deal with more BTs as you head further west. Case in point, Amelie's informed us of a tar belt outside of Edgenot City. A massive region crawling with BTs that Higgs supposedly
You know, every time I just want to play the more
to get
story.
around as soon as possible, you'll have a snowball's chance in hell without your BB. So your first priority is to help Deadman restore it to working order. And since he's on site, maybe the two of you can discuss it in person.
Sam, I'm a little busy at the moment, so I hope you don't mind if we stick to Hollow. First, I need you to link up a few preppers in the area.
Honestly, this
Local chiral density.
kind of fits in. So I'll probably be working on these two. But we'll be doing both.
Explained earlier, we need to correct your BP's alignment. To facilitate that process, we need to quite literally put some distance between you two. Keep it here while we send you out. If everything goes to plan, your BB should resume normal function.
Fortunately, this plan advances our other objectives. We want to integrate this region into the chiral network anyway. So build relationships with the preppers by making deliveries and convince them to come on board. It's not easy to make a home for yourself in those mountains. Even so, plenty of people had a mind to try. You'll find shelters scattered throughout. We've got a whole list of orders from them waiting to be processed. Remember, though, that you're dealing with folks who chose to live out there. Folks who probably value their privacy. Don't think for a second it'll be easy to win them
That's
over.
always the story.
You'll have to earn their trust, bit by bit, job by job. Another thing, Sam. You'll be making runs without a BB for a spell. That will vastly diminish your ability to detect BTs.
Buddy, I barely detect
So
them when
keep
I
your
have
eyes
it.
and ears open for anything out of the ordinary. And stay the hell out of the rain if you can help it.
Are you gonna let me like get to work? Shit. I don't remember getting so frustrated when I initially played through, but on the second playthrough, it really does seem like they just kind of like gab endlessly.
We've added a cargo catapult option to your PCC. Now, in case the name didn't give it away, they can...
Yep. Shit. Stop interrupting me every fucking time I move the D-pad. Holy shit. Wait, there was another thing we needed to fabricate. So frustrated.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels.
I hope some of this road is done. No, it's not, because we can see the station there.
Sam? You read me?
Lochna?
Uh-huh. Calling you via a Bridges dedicated line. I've been asked to carry on in my sister's place and provide you with support. We're whole again. One. Forever and always. We still speak, so I shouldn't have any trouble getting up to speed.
You back with Bridges then?
It's not about that. Never was. It's about what she wants. What we want. And why shouldn't we help you? You helped us. We're all connected now.
Just stop interrupting me. I just want to work on this fucking network.
Sorry, Sam. I can't allow you to build a structure there. Pick a spot outside the sensor ring and try again.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I just want to build. Ugh.
Construction complete.
We may go hit up a mule camp for some stuff. So I want it to be as visible as possible so I can hit it from the other side. Ain't much, but it's a start. I'm gonna raid that to see what resources it has and see if I can fabricate some more of these.
Construction complete.
Look at that. Takes you right there. Oh, but could I? Shit. Kinda sucks that it glitched off on that side, but that's okay.
Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked.
Well, they're working on the road, which is nice to see.
Bridges. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh, this doesn't really have much of anything, does it? We're gonna recycle all these. And fabricate things right in Mountain Knot. Oh, I guess we can just fabricate stuff right here, can't we? Oh, whoops. I fucked up. Alright, I didn't take the extra moment to read the menu, but that's as easily fixed. Might be. But we're keeping those chiral crystals. We'll just fabricate it here.
Thank you.
Nothing cool in the private locker. Fuck. Alright. My first goal is at least get a zipline network over this mountain.
Beginning scan.
If we can get it over the mountain, then we'll be moving into a decent path.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions lifted.
This is probably going to set me down on a really dangerous spot. It is what it is. Yeah, it's a little bit of a drop. But it's okay. Fuck. It's fine. We're prepared for this. I don't know, I kind of won't mind not having the, oh, we've hit the snow region. That's not good. Wait, what?
Fuck.
Relatable. Why'd I hear sleigh bells? I don't see a Santa Claus. It's weird. Well, we're gonna try to get through this region. We are going a funky direction if we're hitting snow. But, I mean, it is... Like, normally we do go around the river, but... I mean, yeah, this is fine. We do have a safe house that looks like has a lot of materials that I will be hijacking. Oh, bother. Hey, we've walked up this way. When we were bringing Mama up here. No. Guess we're gonna have to go higher. It's not what I really wanted to do, but it's what we're doing, damn it. There's my goal. I should be back on the network here in a moment if I'm seeing those. Alright. Just take it really slow and really cautious. You know, things I'm really good at. We're actually going to take 5 when we hit this. Just heads up. Oh, nice. Might be helpful. I have a plan for that. All right. So what we're gonna do? We'll be back in 5. YouTube focus. And we're back. Sorry, Trevor Phillips, but I need to fabricate some PCC units. Let's start with 10. Wait, do I have... Yeah, I have residents back there too. I don't remember picking those. Wait, yeah, I do. Hold on. And then I was going to recycle that as well.
Thank you for your contribution.
Then we're going to get this cargo. There we go. One more dumb thing, because look at my boots. They're gonna break, like, on the next step. I'd rather they get some use. Though I plan on cleaning this place out. So I don't know if this affects other players, but I don't care. I already have new shoes, so let's go ahead and get those on. I was ready for this.
Contribution.
Now we're officially moving. We're gonna... Well, the thing is, I have a lot of people I need to connect. Like, who is going to be connected by that? That's in a terrible spot. Like, I'm pretty sure that there's nobody right there. Now, these may be quite useful, but... Like, you can see the ones I set up. I'm gonna shoot for, like, a place here, I think. That just seems to make the most sense. Thing about these, making this network takes a long time because you have to factor in everywhere you're probably going. Oh god. Now, getting up there is going to be a bear, but I think this might be the ticket to get back up there. Because I essentially, the very first step, I need to be able to bypass this mountain. We can grow and change the network later as needed. But the eventual goal is to get everything together. We are a ways away. Another thing that's going to cause upgrades is going to be as we... That looks really strange. As we get the ability to level these up, because their range gets extended. I think they either get doubled or they at least get like another 100. It's pretty sweet.
Enough already.
Well, this would not be a bad spot, to be honest. But we'll determine that in a little bit. I picked a random spot because I wanted to just have a general area of like direction and such. And it looks like I picked a very flat area, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to climb up. Is there any way we can rig this up to be able to see? Because we have to be able to see the other one. If we can't see it, it's pointless. We may have to put another one up there, which sucks. But it just really is like the next highest point. I just feel like it's so close. But maybe it's not. This really does feel like kind of up where I was at earlier. Fuck! Come on! Okay, we can see the second one. Oh, but we're not going to be able to get up this, are we? Not without a ladder, probably. Yes, I can convince it to. Yeah! Be very careful. This is a really nice spot, and I want to make this work. I'm worried about the distance, though. I know there's no coverage. Fuck! Oh, I know why. Shit. Okay, alright. So what it's yelling at me about is I can't build in areas where I don't have chiral network. Because it needs to do the printing thing. And we're just outside the fucking line for it. I'm frustrated. But what we're going to do is we're going to update this marker. So that way I never lose the idea to try to build one there. Because that's such an ideal spot. It's a high peak. You always want to build high. Because you need to be able to see over mountains. So what we're going to do, we're going to store these units. And go bring some people into the network, I guess. Because we're already getting honey-decked. Which, I mean, yeah, okay, I get it, I guess. But man, that would have been such a good spot. I also need to check something anyways. At one of the already established zip lines. Good enough. Why do you have that in the middle of the damn road? Nobody can drive on that. Ugh. I want to see if I can upgrade. I'm pretty sure I can't yet. Yeah. Oh, we don't even have to get them to level 3. It's just level 2. Well, then in that case, we're going to put these in the private locker. And then we will pick up the deliveries to start connecting this place, because I need them to be online. Particularly the doctor. The roboticist I don't care as much about yet. Trucks are cool when you have a road.
Order assigned. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels. Keep on keeping on. Drop by whenever you like. Weapons restrictions lifted.
What is this chiral bridge thing? Oh. Just lets you get right up there, huh? Don't have to do any funky climbing or anything. This doesn't make sense to me. I wonder how this upgrades. Do they use this to launch over to the doctor's place? I don't understand how, but See, this is where you should be having like a bridge or something. Is, oh boy, we're right there, but wait. Giant fucking rock chasm. There might be, it could be because this is off the network. Like that one over there is cheating. Oh, yeah, it's cheating. Oh, you can double jump. I did not know you could do that.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID. Verified.
I hope he joins up right away.
Remain locked until departure. Cargo verified.
A delivery? Oh, good. Excellent. Everything appears to be in perfect condition.
Yeah, he's gonna join. He gave us a lot of stars.
There's something I've been meaning to ask. Would you help me join the UCA? If me being a part of it ensures more people get the medical attention they require, then it's well worth the hassle.
No fuss, that's how we like it. When they're like, no, I have a tragic backstory and I can't join the UCA because they're a bunch of pricks. We don't like that as much.
Thank you for that. I might not be as young as I once was, but I've still got plenty to offer. Oh, by the way, I came across something I thought you might find useful. You're more than welcome to it.
Oh.
Your deliveries have saved lives. And, as you know, every life that's saved is one fewer BT to deal with. Which in the long run means even more lives are saved. Please, don't give up. No matter how difficult it may become, I implore you.
I see you've put another shelter on the network. Nice job. Chiral levels are increasing as predicted, which is good. As for BB-28, you'll be pleased to hear the operation went well. There should be no need for additional major procedures. We're not out of the woods yet, but I think it's safe to say that the worst is behind us. All that remains is to continue expanding the network, monitor changes as chiral levels increase, and make adjustments as necessary. Drug therapy should suffice. Keep it up, Sam.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery.
At least one. The reason we're building just one, we're gonna build it at the entrance.
Ah, a supply request. Up for taking care of it?
No.
Thanks, Sam. And we could use more people like you.
Oh. Yeah, the thing that I wanted to do is essentially
No can do, Sam. Structures can't be built that close together.
yeah, they can.
You'll need to settle for a different spot outside the sensor ring.
No. You settle for a different spot outside the sensor ring. This is part of building that network. Oh, hey, there's already one here! My boy! It's kinda high up, bro, but that's okay. The fact that it's here is awesome. Like, he knows what's up. And like, what we want to do is we want to connect it to that peak. Oh, but that's going to be a problem, isn't it? 'Cause that's 200. You're only at level 1.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
That's
Clear.
no good.
All weapons will remain locked until departure. All clear. Welcome.
Well, there's one already there, so that helps some. Another part of the network is using the things that exist already. If you can use the things that already exist, then you don't have to worry as much about. I understand this bridge. There's no way to make that pretty. But it does pretty much take you right up to his place, so like, I support it. Get some lights. And we are going to try to make this work. So, that's kind of fine, actually. Thought the range was 150 on these. Is it 300? Oh, we can do the peak then. Come on. Come on. You can do it. This is good, but can I go higher? Efficiency is absolutely a thing. Oh, just got notification about some Final Fantasy maintenance. Look at that. We can make it higher. I'm going to try to push it one more time to the top of this. If not, I will be fine. The thing that I want is to be able to hit the one at the bridge's entrance. Just like that. Then we can shoot across to that one. We love to see it. shit. I might put a ladder over there. But yeah, see, this is what we were wanting. Oh. It should be online now. Then the photographer is going to unlock everything on that side. Okay. The reason we can see the photographer is because we've been there before. So let's move. Can you see that one pretty well? Yeah, but there's an even better one now that I know the distance. Why is it giving me sleigh bells? That's so strange. But I digress.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain on until departure. All clear. Welcome. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Safe travel, Sam Porter Bridges.
We've about conquered the mountain, which was the goal. Though we're going to start getting smarter about the distance, because I feel like I've placed a lot.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels.
Whoa. Let's see. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to zip up to that one. See, we can get things started like right away. Drop. Oh, that is C. Yo, C's in a pretty good spot, actually. Like, I could make an argument for that. That route that it planned was so silly. We're gonna see if we can get it up there. You act like there wasn't no damn time fall. Sam, there's always time fall in our game. I do not know why there's so much fucking time fall. Okay, we still have a ways we can go. Almost there. Ah, it makes sense now! Put it on the most peak part of it. Not that it really matters, I don't think, but... It finally is starting to make sense. I'm still not a fan of it, but it doesn't take up our network bandwidth, so I'm kind of okay with its existence. There, now we can pop to that one, or we can pop to that one, which is, I mean, we did pretty good on covering distance. At the very least, we can negate almost the entire curve of this one. Basically, we're just going to get 300 away and put this kind of in the middle of Timbuktu. There's a trick that you can do. You zoom in and get the dot right on the zip line. Then you can absolutely spot check. Alright, so we want this to be kinda like as close to this mountain range as possible. The reason being we want to try to get it so we can zip. Oh yeah, we have quite a ways we can go with this. So much so that I need to cross this bridge, actually. Damn it. Wouldn't hurt to charge up. Do that while we're in the area. But yeah, we need to be able to kind of shoot it over to those mountains. Alright. So we're gonna charge up real quick. Thankfully we have a thing here to help us do that. Cool. Oh man, we were right on the edge of the fucking network too. Alright, so we're gonna move this as it's all about line of sight and butting up against the network. Right, yeah, I was looking for the network line. Just walk it. That's gonna be our ideal spot.
Construction complete.
Ooh, we had to cheese the hell out of that. It's almost good enough to hit that one. I think if I upgrade the range on this, then we will be able to hit it, which would be cool. But it's not necessary. Yeah, we're right on the edge of the fucking network. That is such a long way. Oh man, the photographer. We have got to get the photographer unlocked because we really need this section. Then there's also this one here, which is, I think, an optional prepper that you don't even have to like mess with. I don't know. There's another one they want me to get. That's like here somewhere. Which I think is wild, but okay. Sure, Jan. Easiest way to travel. So fucking optimal. Until we can upgrade it, then it won't be. But we're not gonna worry about that. Like BTs don't care. Look at that. What would take me 10 minutes, I'm doing in like a minute. In hindsight, I could probably put that one higher, but it doesn't matter. I do remember part of my network was built going up that mountain range. For some reason, I have a really vivid memory of that. I think because it's such a pain in the ass to like hit the.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All
To be able to hit this one from over there.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
We'll go ahead and get it done. Because I think we're good on the map, aren't we? Oh yeah, look at that. We have so much that we can connect to. But, of course, I'm already advancing to the territory that we don't have unlocked.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
You're not around. You're not around. So the thing is going to be get this as far the fuck away from that one. If we can hit right at the 300 mark, that would be lovely. And we have a ways to go. Like the farther we get it, oh shit, the better. Sadly, we have hit a bit of a snag. But let me see if it's going to be a problem, because the next step would be up there. Oh no, it's fine. Like any one of those mountain points is less than 300. So no, we're good. We can build right here. And this one is going to come into effect later. It's not used for anything right now.
I need to stay without you.
Construction complete.
it's good that I'm building this already and not waiting until I'm really far in the game like I did last time. The ziplines really do like make things go super quick. I wish you could recycle from this menu, because I forget to recycle so often.
Order assigned.
Like, me having these chemicals is literally pointless.
Thank you for your continued support.
Neat.
Thank you for your contribution. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels.
He's in quite the direction.
Keep on keeping up.
Or wait, no, I think that's a... I'm right, that's a she. It's 690. But this is your first real time, like, experiencing snow. And boy howdy does it suck. If we can get one to shoot like around the Bridges building, that would be great. Sure, I'm heading to the roboticist anyways. You got it.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Let's see. We're only 183, so we can keep on keeping on. But eventually we're going to get to a peak here that we can't really continue with. Rocks are your best friends. Really?
Hey, Lou.
Like, bud, you're just making yourself depressed. Alright, we're starting to get to the limit. But if I can get to the top of this, I think it'll be worth. So we're not off the network yet. Really? We can't climb that. Thank you. I was going to say, this is pretty... pretty standard. Obstacle is detected. It's only 259 and 193. So we can go even higher, but we really can't go much higher. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of the limit. Now we don't have to make that climb ever again. The next one is going to be
Construction complete.
this general direction, I guess. Because that's too far away. But we can't build on a building, but we can build on that peak. That's also assuming we stay in the network. If we can't stay in the network, then ooh, we're in for a doozy. Because there's all... Oh god, this area is so bad for BTs. Quit with the damn sleigh bells. But yeah, eventually our cargo slots are going to get filled up by heaters. This sucks. I mean, clearly we're not scaling that building, but... Fuck. Well. Alright. Thankfully this kind of already leads that way. So we'll just keep that marked while we work on it. Oh, that just, yeah, this sucks so bad. This is taking longer. And I don't say that so much out of impatience as I do wear and tear. So we are technically in a very severe time fall. Which, it bothers me. You can see all the snow on his face, but he doesn't age. But minor things. Minor things. Oh, if I remember right, this field sucks. You are 68 meters below me. Yeah, the snow sucks. None of your rocks are your best friend. You scale stuff faster and with less energy used. Yeah, we're coming in from the very highway. There is a hot spring up here, though. You can see it right over there. We're gonna go visit it. As it refills your stamina. Yeah, see, this is what I was worried about. My stuff is starting to get damaged from the weather. But we're just trying to get this person online. Once they're online, I can build up a network and get all that going. As a general rule of thumb, you always want to put one outside. Which I think because of how she is on the mountain, you have to,
Oh, you made it. Handled with care, I see.
I'm glad you liked it.
I hear you're the one to talk to about the chiral network. Is it true that a contractor let me access your schematics and so forth? I want to share my research with everyone. Let them read it. Let them learn from it, like I learned from their work. Make me a part of the UCA.
Cool. No fuss. Mainly I was thinking that stupid joke dealer every time. I was like, no, you had to perform several deliveries for me to get me to join up. Alright then. Good. All-terrain skeleton, that's actually kind of helpful. I enjoyed there's a heart-shaped part because that's where Hartman's at.
Very good, very good. Guess we're in this together now, Sam. I'd love to show you around the place, but it's a terrible mess.
Thanks, Sam. BB-28 appears to be on the road to recovery. Its affinity with the other side is growing stronger, as we hoped. The convulsions and spasms have ceased as well. I know it's tough out there without a BB, but you've got to keep on fighting the good fight.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like the kid is. Just like BB-28 is.
Sam, we've received an order from a new client. Check the terminal in Mountain Knot City for the details, and do it soon. Sounds like someone is in need of medicine.
Good work. New order available.
Yeah, I can take that. Not taking any of those other two.
Oh, that's the roboticist's custom-made active skeleton, isn't it? Should be a big help on mountain trails or any lousy road, come to think of it.
We need more PCC units.
Order assigned.
Boy, howdy, you don't have a lot, do you? What kept us from fabricating more? I didn't really pay attention because I wanted to make at least what I could. It's the chiral crystals. I can help with that. So I'm carrying a shitload of these. Couple more units. Yep. Fabricate. PCC. I'm for it. I want to ensure that I can get here and back easily. I know I can't build it here. You don't have to tell me, Die Hardman. He's about to open his mouth. Before we do that, we got stuff to do.
Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Keep on keeping on. Construction complete.
If I remember right, I actually used... This might have been the path over the, Yeah, I think this is actually where I used to cut through to get to the weather station. Lost cargo underwear, sure. Because we need to get all their likes and stuff up in
Weapons restrictions lift. Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Let me use the rubber ducky. Why can't I use the rubber ducky? I'm upsetting. Is it because I don't have BB with me? Oh no, it's because I wasn't in the middle. This is a trophy. I don't know if you have to find all 7. There we go. Feels good, man.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Can I? This is gonna be such a tough one. Nope. Wait, another structure detected nearby. That's why you're canceling it? Oh! Not cool, man. That's fine. I don't really want it there. Should I go ahead? I think I'm gonna go ahead and link up the weather station and the roboticist. It just makes sense. This will eventually turn into a shortcut to Mountain Eye. Oh my god!
Of course. It's my luck.
That was not intentional. Oh, I am concerned because I was wanting to put it down here. But I may have to finagle with the angle. Let's see. Because this would be really good. Oh. And there's another? Oh no. But we need to make sure that it is where I can see it easily from the weather station at this point, since we know we're good. we'll just connect this to the front door of the weather station. Like at this point, I'm committed. Zip lines are so cool.
You alright?
But once I get it connected there, instead of taking it all the way to the distribution center.
Eyes open, dumbass.
I think we can hit it. I hope so. I don't know though. This is, well, maybe we might have it with the height. The important thing is having a path over the mountains. Look at that, there's already a zip line, like, kind of here. Though I do kind of question its placement. How are we doing on distance? Shit. We are not going to be able to make it to the front door. I might be able to make it to this peak. Then do one that goes down to the front. If only that one. I mean, that one might still be useful for something. But... So the goal is... It's gotta... Oh, shit. Okay. Shit. Yeah, I'll be able to see it from the front door. It's 296. So we can inch just a little bit. That's about the best we're gonna get it. And I mean, that is pretty close to the front door. It's not exactly where I would put it, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna zip back and then head back to Mountain Knot.
Construction complete.
And the cool thing is we have a, I mean, the distance couldn't be really better. This one was more because of the angle. And I'm honestly surprised I was able to get this one, because like I feel like we're gonna clip. Our feet are almost dragging on the ground. Alright. So there's that. Now we gotta get back to Mountain Knot. So I think putting one up here is going to be pretty important regardless, because then you can zip, and there'll be more things to have to zip to in a bit. But unfortunately, where she's so deep in this canyon, like you have to have one high and one low. to zip down to her, which kind of sucks, but that's the whole point of the zip network. It has to be adaptable. We can get it higher, right? Thankfully, we built it as we were coming over. So... Fuck, dude. Oh, we might be able to get this. We might not need to do any, like, funny business. Steep slope detected? Aw, you son of a bitch. I can hit that one, but I can't hit because it's not high enough. Let's try over here then. I fear I'm gonna run into some of the same problems. I don't know why the Otter Deck is like coming out like, oh yeah, we're about to fuck up these BTs, bro. No, we're not. No, we're fucking not. There's an obstacle in the way. Come on. Ho ho! Just barely. But that's the beauty of the zip network. We are probably all linked up. Probably.
Construction complete.
So we can officially get back, like, over this whole mountain ridge at this point. I was gonna set it at what? D2? Oh, well, that's pretty close to where I was at. There's an obstacle in this path. You're shitting me. Is that mine? I'm looking at? I feel that may be mine. Bitch. It's because you're not high enough. So, D2. This is not what I wanted. Like, I'm looking directly at it. Yeah, that is yours. Fuck. If this ends up... Well, the thing is, I kind of have to just work with what I got. The mountain region is always tough. I'm just testing. What way can I get the most intersections? Not this way. Yeah, that one's kind of pointless down there at this point. Like, as long as I can hit that one, which I'm quite confident I can.
Construction complete.
So the one that's like right under me. That's what I found this house. I just want to check. Make sure I'm about to delete the right one. Because I don't like it fuzzing up my zipline path. Can I not? I want to dismantle it. Whatever. Not important. Oh god, we're gonna go over the building every time. That's awesome. I think we picked up one for the doctor, so we'll go ahead and get that delivered real quick. This dude knew what he was doing when he put this zip on. Though I really do think I'm going to be putting a ladder here just to facilitate an easy time getting down, because you have to kind of deal with this, which sucks if you're carrying a lot of shit.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain.
They might fuss about it a little bit.
Excellent.
Oh. Awesome.
So, by the way, I came across... You're more than...
Now this guy. High capacity blood bags.
Do remember not to neglect...
Good work.
He's very
New order
helpful.
available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Making use of all train skeleton?
Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until detected. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Safe travels, Sam Porter Bridges.
This is a very difficult delivery, actually. This is a very difficult delivery. The Mountaineer sucks. Happy to see some contributions from other porters. This sucks. Like, this is a very difficult order. Oh. Actually, can't forget I had that one.
Order assigned.
If chiral crystals is what's keeping you from being able to let me make a few more PCCs, then allow me. I can absolutely help with that. Take as many as we need.
If you'd like someone to take care, should a fellow porter decide to lend you?
Because I'm not going to make that delivery.
Thank you for your contribution. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Yep.
Safe travels. Keep on keeping on.
If I can use as much of my existing network as I possibly can, that would be pretty sweet.
Weapons restrictions.
I've got some climbing to do.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of this. So can I get on top of that? And how far away is... So I spotted one on the way over. Because that is BT hell. We'll have to go through it once, but the sooner I set up a zip network, the smoother time we'll have. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to get up to the point that I want to.
You alright? Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, and that makes this even worse. Not only is it BT hell once we get past this timefall shelter pretty much, but we also have to deal with having no BB unit. Lou ain't gonna be with us. And unlike the delivery to the roboticist, it's a very densely packed area. I did not bring another pair of boots. That may hurt us. I should be able to get to the mountain with what I have, but come on, see him. It's like they put like the ideal spot here. I did not want to leap off that like that. Fuck! I don't know if this spot's viable. Not without a ladder, which I hate. A ladder could make this trivial. I feel like I should be able to make it. Like, this seems like a climbable path. It's green. The distances don't look that bad.
Of course. It's my luck.
Fuck. Fuck! Yeah, buddy, I'm feeling it all the same. Look at that, it's tore up my boots. Trying to do that. If I can, maybe there's a different way I can get up. Of course, why am I just trying the first path that I see? Look at that, and there's a ladder. There's a ladder! Oh, whoever you are. Like. Fuck, I want to give him more likes. That's gonna be a real tough one. Wait, why does that one not work? Slightly out of range. Well, fuck. Oh man, yeah. We're the highest part of this peak faces the line I already have. Though I can make this work, so let's just stick it because I want it to be networkable, which it, for my use of that term, means I can see it from as many places as possible, put it on the highest point.
Freezing.
There, we can actually skip. That section is terrible. Is it? God. And we're gonna eventually hit a point where, yeah, we'll have to.
Construction complete.
Whoever put this one over here, like, they're great. That just looks so dangerous. And we'll head up here and see what our next one is. But yeah, what a great. What a great zip. I may not be able to like this one right away, but oh, it's also by him. All right. Well, that did cut out most of the journey, which I'm stoked about. You can even see the Mountaineers. Thing over there. But yeah, that's also on the extreme edge of the network. So now we gotta go over there the old-fashioned way. But still, to cut out BT hell using the chiral network, shit, that's a win, y'all. If this isn't out of the way, I'll take it. Oh, yeah, it's right here. Look at that, we're right here. Then when this gets on the network, we'll figure out what we need to do to link this up. Because I'd like to only use one, even if it does mean a small walk. Because we're starting to get a little limited on bandwidth, and I haven't even, like, it's all pretty much just around the mountain knot. I haven't even connected it back to the main grid. Though I'm curious. The road is still shit. The road is still, like, completely not done. And then there's that small stretch right there. I'm fussy about that, but it's okay. This really saved my shoes, though, because I was able to avoid going up the biggest slope. Oh yeah, shit. We'll be able to snipe that. Fuck yeah.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Thank you. I gave her the medicine. She says she's feeling better already.
That's placebo effect, my dude.
Myself. Even if they did work that fast, the doctor said she needs a lot more than antibiotics. She's carrying our child. I want her looked at as soon as possible. Please, I need you to go to the doctor for me.
Okay.
He's got some kind of machine. Thinks it might help. I couldn't make out the details. Damn connection kept dropping out.
You mind joining up the
Someone
network?
needs to go and fetch it. Take anything you need from that shelf. Hell, just take all of it.
You want to join the network? No?
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
He said no.
Sam, the order's been posted. Take a look at the delivery terminal.
Terminal for further information.
I mean, I can make this pretty easy.
The client's requested that you complete this order as soon as possible. Keep in mind, however, that when operating outside network coverage, you won't be able to fabricate additional items. You'll need to choose carefully from the equipment provided by the client. Now, the clock won't start it, so...
Just because. Wear new boots, new boots. Oh, we're going to have to make a new one of those soon. 'Cause it is getting ever so slowly weathered. But we can make this, that's fine.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated. Time limit.
Bro, he would be able to like work on you remotely.
Sam, in light of the patient's condition,
Nice!
go ahead and put a time limit on this order. You can still deliver the cargo after it runs out, but I want you to move hell and earth to get there before it does. I know we keep piling things on you, but your BB unit can wait a little longer. And besides, beefing up the chiral network there should help it get better faster.
All he had to do is join the damn network, and I could add this shit back to him in like 5 minutes. Ooh, that's hefty. Yeah, we'll take it. Because I can offload it at Mountain Knot, because I'm stopping there anyways. I mean, there's not much I can do to the we're fine. Everything's good. Damn, this has been almost an 8-hour session. And I'm still rocking and rolling. Is that convenient to get to? Oh. Kinda. I don't like the winter bells, the sleigh bells. Because I want to see Santa. Quit giving me stuff, because I'm gonna be greedy. Oh, if I didn't have the active skeleton on, though. Alright, well, some of this delivery is already done, then. I think I used this peak on my original zipline network, too. This is so good. This one has an advantage in that I could probably easily shoot out in that direction if need be. Like, we are going to be great on time because we've been building the network along the way. That helps out so much. Yeah, we're just going to recycle stuff, turn in orders. Like, this'll do fine.
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
And one of the mountains finished, apparently. Or one of the roads finished around Mountain 9. Like, I'm trying to let those roads kind of do their thing. Because the more of those that get complete without me interacting with them, the better.
City. And now, sorry, just know that you've helped them.
Nice. Nice.
And but since joining the UCA, we've learned a lot from you. We've never, I gotta be honest, much less that you're that. Anyway, so just know.
Good work. New order available.
Hold on to that stuff for me. Lovely. For it. Works for me. It's a big old container of beauty products.
Thank you for your contribution. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels. Keep on keeping on. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I was trying to see which of these roads is done. Does it mention that there was one done, like, along the way here? Oh, it's... Well... Really? There's a road that runs through there! I don't remember that road.
Sam, access the delivery terminal.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will...
There you are. The Mountaineer just contacted me. The treatment I prescribed isn't working. We need to act fast. I hope the antibiotics would alleviate the worst of the symptoms, but it looks like we're past that stage. An infection like this so late in the pregnancy can cause any number of complications. Even if she survives, there is a risk she could suffer brain damage, even brain death. Now, I need you to deliver this prototype bioprinter and remote medical terminal to the Mountaineer. If you can connect them to me via the chiral network, I can use this equipment to diagnose the patient's condition and provide treatment. The terminal will allow them to transmit their genetic code, with which I can formulate a DNA vaccine for printing. At present, only vaccines utilizing viruses and other non-living components can be generated in this fashion, but future advancements may free us of this limitation. It should go without saying, but this is delicate equipment. Don't break it, whatever you do. Oh, and, thank you.
We're offloading some of this.
Oh, is that? Excellent.
Wow, that increased the stores there a lot.
Oh, by the way, you're more than... Do remember not to neglect your health.
Good work. New order available.
This is dumb, but we're gonna do it.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated. Time limit set. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I don't remember if you can hold an item while... We'll come back for it. We'll come back for it. It's fine. The Mountaineer should have nothing to worry about. We have an entire hour to do it, and we've used like 6 minutes. Look at this ridiculous cargo, man.
Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Isn't that wild?
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Safe travels.
Partial delivery. Because you're getting in 2 parts.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal. Will begin in scan. Have a pleasant journey. Travels.
We'll pop over there real quick. Get that last box. It's good to know that we can't carry anything even if it's in our non-zipline hand.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Safe travels.
Hey, tough journey. Wow, I tell you.
Maybe it's that zipline network I installed outside.
We're going to get through this because of you. Thank you, Sam.
Good work. New
Do I
order.
have anything for the Mountaineer? No. Once we get the Mountaineer online, I think I'm going to
Safe travels.
just go ahead and cut it.
Keep on keeping on.
We're already hitting 8 hours, and I got some responsible stuff I need to be doing.
Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, look at all that.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Like, they want this to be hell, but thanks to the zip lines that were already set up, I don't have to do this. We just avoided BT country. Going the right way?
Fuck this.
My general mood, yes. Yeah, Doc left me with just a ton of stuff. Ooh.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
You're here. Oh, thank God. She's barely holding on. It's a good thing you hurried.
I sure did. I totally didn't do a whole bunch of other deliveries.
The doctor said we need a chiral connection for this to work. So, hook us up. We'll join the UCA, whatever it takes. Go ahead.
Buddy, if you'd done this sooner, I would have cut that delivery time in half. The old power gloves, very nice.
Doctor? Okay, I'll activate the terminal from my end. Just a moment. Everything's gonna be all right. With this device, I can examine her as if I were actually there. The manipulators on the terminal perfectly reflect my movements here. And with the bioprinter, I can provide a custom-made vaccine. It's just a shame my better half hasn't had a chance to build any more of these things. You're looking at the only ones we have. Don't worry, though. We'll do everything we can to ensure your child is safely delivered.
Oh, thank you. This is incredible.
You should thank him. The network he's helping to build is going to change the face of medicine forever.
Yeah, I like this doctor.
All right. Let's have a look at you.
You've brought us the next best thing to a live-in Dr. Sam. Thank you so much.
Nicely done. BB-28 will be back in action soon. The kid's a real trooper. Stay the course, Sam.
Heads up, Sam. Got a fresh order for you from a certain mountaineer. It'll take you to a region not yet covered by the chiral network. Suffice it to say, this is a chance to change that. Look into it as soon as you can.
Good work. New order available.
Nice. Okay, we're gonna get this one online and then call it. Because I've been trying to get this one online for 100 years.
Oh, you're gonna love power gloves. They provide a major boost to arm and grip strength. If you're scaling a cliff with a rope, you'll be able to make your way to the top a lot faster. You'll also notice a difference when lifting heavy cargo. And that's not all. Ever take a tumble down a steep slope? You probably tried to slow your descent with your hands, right? Well, if you've got these on, you'll be able to stop yourself that much more quickly. Just promise me you won't try punching someone, okay? That's not what they're for.
I was wondering when we'd get the power gloves. They're a nice addition.
Order assigned. All the best
Well,
to you and yours.
huh. It's in a really good spot, but it's in a really bad spot. Because getting up and down from that just sounds like hell. Thing is, we have most of the way to the photographer already done, so we can just keep it rolling.
Construction complete.
Let's see, we can zip pretty much right over to the photographer. It'd be nice if I could upgrade this one and make it so, oh, well, I don't know if a range upgrade would really help with that much. Because it would need to be able to hit the one way in the back. We'll see. BT territory coming up, because of course. We should start to thaw out here really soon. That put us within 300 meters. I'd say that's pretty dang good. Especially considering I think we just edged on BT territory, but I don't think we're actually going to be in it. We'll work on optimizing, because zip lines are cheap, and that's the one thing I forgot about zip lines. I wish I didn't. So I was so worried, like, oh man, what if I place one wrong? It doesn't matter as much. You can find the materials somewhere. Or you can request them if you don't have them. Other players can absolutely help. So I am going to have a bigger battery drain, but I don't really care as much. Look at that. Those power gloves, baby. We're a juggernaut. And a fool. We can probably... So, this is maybe a dumb line of thinking, but I have this. Oh, but is that going to go far enough? Probably not. Maybe we'll place it. Not harm in it. I put it like around the edge to try to give us as much rope as possible. Don't think we're gonna make it, Chief. Yep, that's a one-way trip. Fortunate. That's all the way it can go to. Did that yoink it back up? That's fine, I guess. We can just do 2 zip lines instead of 1.
All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
You're from Bridges, right? You don't have anything else for me, do you? No? Okay. Never mind. Never thought I'd receive a delivery in such excellent condition.
She's gonna have another quest. Fuck.
Hey, I have a favor to ask. Do you think you could find my father's camera for me? It's kind of a long story, but he used to conduct field research in the area. My father believed that the key to understanding the Death Stranding was hidden here, somewhere in the caves and strata. But he passed away before he could complete his work, leaving me to finish what he started. And not long ago, I found something amazing. I was sure it was what my father had been looking for, even if I couldn't see how it related to the Death Stranding myself. What I needed was an expert opinion. Someone who could look at what I'd found and tell me what it meant. So, I grabbed my father's camera and set out to document my discovery. Took pictures of every last detail. But on the way back, I spotted a group of armed men and I panicked. dropped everything and ran like hell. Thankfully, they never saw me, but when I stopped running, I realized the camera was gone, case and all. I've been trying to pluck up the courage to go and look for it ever since. But then, I remembered that the cargo tag was still on the case. And I figured, you being with Bridges and all, that you might have a way to pinpoint its location. Please, I'd give anything to have it back. I'm gonna put in the order. Please understand, that camera means everything.
Okay.
There's a terminal here.
Cool.
Good work.
He talks too fucking much. Where is that?
Order assigned. Weapons restrictions lifted.
We'll charge up really quick. Keep moving. We might be able to cut out some of the trip. Wait, no, it's not a zip line. JK. If there was one already over there, I was gonna just use that. There's not. Does this even reach? Not really. Yeah, the bridge is a little better.
Sam, did you find our missing cargo? Huh. It looks like someone's carrying it around.
Honk honk. I had a very particular piece of cargo I wanted. Went in, got it, got out. I'm just gonna talk about her dad for 20 minutes. It's not that I don't care. Let me be really clear. It's not that I don't care. It's that they, like, regurgitate it several times.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. All weapons will remain locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I was afraid I'd never see it again.
Yep.
Oh, thank God. Oh, you don't know what this means to me.
We're both relieved. Yeah, it's not that I don't care. I just don't like that they regurgitate it.
It was my father's idea to move all the way out here. He thought he could get to the bottom of the Death Stranding all by himself. And we were right behind him. But look where it got us. If you hadn't come along when you did, the camera would be gone, and all our hard work would have been lost before anyone had a chance to see it. We can't let that happen. The world needs to hear about this. Someone out there will know what it means. So, connect us up. We want to be a part of the UCA.
Good. I can make shotguns. Love it.
I truly hope our work will help to make a difference. Thanks again. I hope we get to meet again before too long.
Sam, it's Hartman. That camera you recovered contains some fascinating footage. The data stored on it was automatically shared with us after you added the photographer's shelter to the network, along with her father's research materials. Anyway, my lab still doesn't have a high-speed chiral connection, but I was able to check one of the images against a database at HQ. Based on my preliminary calculations and the photographic and documentary evidence in our archives, I would estimate the paintings to be in the region of 30,000 years old. if not older. The artists were likely Neanderthals or other precursors who were migrating across the continent. See the dolphin-like creatures there? At the time, the cave would have been situated even farther from the coast than it is now. So how could the artists possibly have encountered dolphins? Answer: they couldn't. It is my belief that they had a brush not with dolphins, but with beach things. And that would mean the Death Stranding is not the first phenomenon of its kind, that it has happened before. Since the birth of our planet, countless species have gone extinct, from bacteria to dinosaurs. Scientists refer to the largest known mass extinctions as the Big Five. But there have, of course, been many other extinction events, albeit on a smaller scale. What if the artists were trying to document one such event, that of their own extinction? It would be the first record in Earth's history of a Death Stranding. And it would also lend credence to my theories. The sooner you come and connect me to the network, the sooner we'll know. Just imagine the mysteries we'll be able to solve. I'll be waiting, Sam.
Wonderful news, Sam. BB-28's vitals are nearly within optimal operating parameters. Just before I called, it opened its eyes. It was looking all over, as if searching for someone. And then, our eyes met. For a moment, I think. I tell you, it was almost enough to make me want to keep the kid for myself. Anyway, I still need to run diagnostics and make adjustments as needed. However, the fluctuating local chiral levels could pose a problem. Think you can bring one more site into the network? Once you have, and once I have subsequently confirmed that AB is functioning reliably, I'll release it into your custody. This is the last step, I promise. Just one more site, that's all we should need. Good luck.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Sam, I see you received a mail from our Mountaineer friend. Seems he's got an order for you. Might be good to give it a look.
Alright, so I remember
Weapons restrictions lifted.
having to put this one stupidly high for some ungodly reason. And I don't remember why, but I remember it was absolutely in my best interest to do so. So there's that. And then we're gonna head up there.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until...
Now we're not gonna pick up the Mountaineer mission. That's gonna be on session 4.
Construction complete.
Like the real session 4? So the big dumb important thing, can we use it? Because we've got to get her online. Boy howdy do we have to get her online. Maybe. There's another. Oh. It's unfortunate that we can't hit that one, but it's probably not a big deal. Alright. Let's get into a private room, and then we're going to cut it.
Construction complete.
We'll probably go to Mountain Knot City since it's on the way. Like, what is the... Okay, it's a fairly smooth ride. Like, little worry about clipping, but nothing too crazy. I don't remember why I had to put that there, but I do remember that being a significant thing. I can hit that if I update this one when I can. Hi BTs. Bye BTs. Nobody wants to deal with all that. Oh, that's gross. Whatever's going on up there looks pretty damn terrible. So yeah, over time we're just going to keep building this network out, but this is a pretty good start. I feel like we're already really taking advantage of the 300 meters to the best of our ability. We may not need to upgrade all of them, though there will be some that we'll have to redo at later times. I can't pull one look with that, that's fine. They must have changed something with the zip lines. That, or I'm just misremembering, which is very possible. But I feel like the zip lines used to let you off in the same direction no matter what, and it was pretty terrible. But it seems like now they face whatever way your camera is looking. Do we have anything to take to the Mountaineer? No. Yes. Never waste a trip.
Order assigned.
And then what we're gonna do? What? Is it a... It's probably about jump scares. I knew it. I don't remember that, for what it's worth. Alright, we're gonna get ourselves nice and ready for another round of adventuring, but before we do, we're gonna save, and yeah, we'll probably be back at it tomorrow. I keep saying I'm gonna play something else, and I'm just like, but I'd rather play Death Stranding. So yeah. Anyways, y'all, until next time, be safe, be kind. I'll catch y'all later. Zipline Network rules.